Good morning. I would like first to say that Tbilisi is a city that it's very dear to my heart because I remember the fruitful and long collaboration with Inga Karaya, the former chair of ICOM Georgia. We used to have long conversation about museology and about the role that museums play in developing good activities for their publics. Now the situation in Europe is completely changed. We are facing very serious problems. On one hand, the war, and we have been witnessing war in Ukraine now for almost 3 years, and on the other hand, the climate change. ICOM is trying to take these challenges in the best possible way. For the problems of war, we are working with international legal advice just to know how we can deal with the problem. On the other hand, climate change is one of the problems we face in our strategic plan.
Recording in progress.
I have the pleasure of telling you that the award about sustainable practice in museums has been launched. The prize ceremony will take place in Dubai next year, and we have received 152 projects all over the world. Our approach is not competitive. We want to have a range of projects that can be diffused and used as examples to encourage all other countries to do the same. War is a terrible problem, of course, because it threatens not only cultural heritage, which is obvious, we know how many damage has been done, but also human lives, which is also a more serious problem. We are ready to do what we can, but consider that this meeting is very important because we are linked with the Blue Shield. ICOM was among the founders of the Blue Shield, and I'm very glad that you are working with them in this occasion. I know that the previous day you had very good seminars and working groups to promote and diffuse the culture of resilience in museums and cultural heritage. I don't want to take much of your time. I know that you have a very busy schedule, therefore I wish you a very fruitful conference. Thank you.
დიდი მადლობა ქალბატონ ემანარდის საერთაშორისო ICOM-ის პრეზიდენტს. მე მოგესალმებით, როგორც ICOM საქართველოს თავმჯდომარე, ჩვენ სამწუხაროდ ცოტა დავაგვიანეთ გახსნა გარკვეული მიზეზების გამო, იმედი მაქვს, რომ ყველანაირი ასე ვთქვათ პრობლემა ამოიწურა. პირველ რიგში მინდა გითხრათ ის, რომ ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი თემა გახლავთ, რა თქმა უნდა, და როგორც გუშინ აღნიშნე, სამწუხაროდ უნდა აღნიშნო, სამწუხაროდ, რომ ეს თემა კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის დაცვა კრიზისის დროს აქტუალურად რჩება ჩვენთვის და სხვა ქვეყნებისთვის მიმდინარე მოვლენების გამო. შესაბამისად, ძალიან მოხარული ვარ, რომ ეს კონფერენცია გაიხსნა ჩვენთან, შედგა ეს პროექტი ICOM-ის ყველაზე მასშტაბურ რეგიონულ ალიანსსა და ICOM საქართველოს და სხვა კომიტეტებსა და ადგილობრივ პარტნიორებთან ერთად თანამშრომლობით. გამომდინარე დროის ლიმიტიდან მე ბევრს ვერ ვისაუბროთ, ჩვენ გვექნება კიდევ საშუალება, რომ ვისაუბროთ ამ კონფერენციის მნიშვნელობაზე. უბრალოდ მინდა გისურვოთ წარმატებული დღეები, დღეს 2 დღე. ჩვენ ასევე გვექნება პროექტის პარკლებში ჩატარებული ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი სასწავლო კურსის შეჯამება დღევანდელი დღის პროგრამის პარკლებში. დიდი მადლობა ჩვენს პარტნიორებს პირველ რიგში და ეხლა ვთხოვ ქალბატონ ჯულიანა ერიკანის ICOM ევროპის თავმჯდომარეს, რომ გახსნას კონფერენცია ICOM ევროპის მხრიდან.
Thank you, Lena. Good morning to all. The reason why we are here, ICOM Europe, with some colleagues of the board, Juliette Raoul Duval, Alexandre Chevalier, Elke Kellner, all together with some ICOM members and ICOM friends, is because Lana Karaya, chair of ICOM Georgia and member of the board of ICOM Europe, promised to organize a training course ended yesterday, followed by a conference, which we are beginning now, on a matter which all of us think to be pressing, but in some regions of Europe is much more pressing than we think, the heritage protection in crisis zones. And she succeeded very well, I think, with her Georgian ICOM committee, the Union of Georgian Museums, and the support of many partners, which I wanted to thank one by one: ICOM DRMC, ICOM MPR, ICOM France, ICOM Austria, ICOM Belgium, ICOM Italy, Blue Shield France, Blue Shield Georgia, and the Italian major institution for restoration, the Istituto Centrale per il Restauro, and the Opificio delle Pietre Dure, which is not with us now. And all is going so well for the help of SAREC, the ICOM Strategic Allocation Review Committee, who thought, as we do, that the matter we are treating is very important. The major crisis nowadays is the war nearby in Ukraine, with destructions and lootings. We heard the day before yesterday the great efforts that the Ukrainian professionals, our friends, are doing to testify and reveal the damages of the Russian bombing on their monuments and museums, and to individuate and protect their heritage from the destruction of the war. Crisis situations may occur daily: floods, fires, heavy and not heavy, were and are too much frequently on the news, and professionals should be prepared to manage every situation arising, manage with the support of other professionals' experience. Risk management is part of conservation practice and is a pathway to be learned through the experience and through methods to be learned in a complex decision-making process. An emergency management plan already prepared, already reviewed with the facility staff, and that should be the subject of drills with external staff, emergency response teams, civil defense, security and law enforcement teams, CC Command for Cultural Heritage Protection. So the task is heavy, but we are a net and we help one another to reach the better answers to the problem arising. Good work to all.
დიდი მადლობა. მე ხლავთ ხო დებორა ზისკას, ICOM MPR-ის თავმჯდომარეს. არ არის დებორა? Oh. Yeah. Yes.
Good morning. In Washington, D.C., everybody says good morning back. So good morning. Thank you. Yay. Okay. It is a good morning. It's a good morning to be here. I've been here since Saturday, and I've been enjoying the incredible hospitality, Georgian hospitality. It's very special, and the food is fabulous. I've been going, if you want great restaurants, see this woman. Totally. So I am indeed chair of ICOM Marketing and Public Relations. And we have some 1,300 members. We gained over 200 members this past year. I'm very happy to report, from all over the world. And we have an expanded board. I was able to hold a special election. And we now have board members from India, UAE, Kenya, Iran, and Belgium, so sitting on our boards. I'm very happy to report that. And we cover the areas, anybody in a museum who communicates, which is everybody, right? So everybody can join our committee. We specialize in marketing, fundraising, and community engagement. So, of course, I'm here today because of this extremely important topic right now. Ukraine, as the chair of Europe just mentioned, is fighting a hybrid war. I'm saying it's a hybrid war because they're fighting a military war, but they're also fighting an information war. And the rest of us are fighting alongside them. We are all fighting the information war. If anybody has a computer or an iPhone, we're fighting the information war. And so communications has become even more important than ever before because we are fighting for the hearts and minds of our people. We have the websites, we have social media, digital media, bots, algorithms, podcasts, chat rooms. We're competing with psychological warfare. So museums have to know how to compete in this environment, and some of that will be in my presentation later. But thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here and to meet all of you.
დიდი მადლობა. მეხავთ ხო ალექსანდრ შევალიეს და ელკა კელნერს როგორც პარტნიორებს მოგესალმო.
So, dear colleague, I'm very glad and happy and honored to be here and to back our colleague of ICOM Georgia. I'm vice chair of ICOM Belgium, and we thought it very natural to co-organize and to back such an event here in Georgia. Belgium has been chairing the Intergovernmental Committee for protecting cultural good in the event of armed conflict. In other words, the Hague 1954 Convention. So for us, it's quite natural to be here, and we hope that we will have a fruitful event and discussion. So thank you.
Hello everybody, Elke Kellner. I'm also the Managing Director of ICOM Austria. Really glad to be here. Thank you for Lana and the whole Georgian committee for organizing that all. We're having a gorgeous and great time. But we are in the 70th years of the Hague Convention. We celebrate the anniversary this year, and we see more now than ever how necessary it is to be prepared either for armed conflict. The colleagues mentioned already the horrible situation in Ukraine, Austria, and many other ICOM committees send help transports to museums in Ukraine already, and we dearly hope and stand with our colleagues that they will successfully end this war that was started by Russia. I hope we have very fruitful discussions. You hear some more of me in my lecture just a little bit later. And thank you all for having me, and have a good conference. Thank you.
დიდი მადლობა. ჩვენ გვაქვს სულ რამოდენიმე წუთი დარჩენილი, 7 წუთი თავარ მოხსენებამდე. ალეცია სტროცის ICOM იტალიიდან მთხოვ რომ მოგვესალმოს როგორც ერთ-ერთ პარტნიორს, please.
Madlova, thank you very much. It's a pleasure, and I'm very grateful. You know, it's always very hard to make together so many peoples, you know, to also make such a huge conference, such a huge impact, because that's the reality. I think it's when we gather together, we can together make an impact, and there's never ending to work and add to this topic, because this topic is getting more and more important. Unfortunately, I have to say, but this is the reality, because there are conflicts. We have this also on top of conflicts. We have the climate crisis, so it's a never ending. But the only way that we can face it is facing together. So thank you very much to ICOM Georgia. Thank you very much to Lana. Thank you for all you organizing all of this and to allow me to be part with you. Thank you very much.
დიდი მადლობა ალესია. ეხავთ ხო მარია ელენა კორადოს, იტალიის რესტავრაციის ცენტრალური ინსტიტუტის წარმომადგენელს.
Thank you so much. On behalf of ICR Director, Architect Luigi Oliva, and also of my colleague here with us in this project, I want to thank you for this possibility to participate in this very interesting experience. And I want to say that our institute was that is part of the Italian Ministry of Culture, was founded in 1939, and one of its first tasks was to front the bombing of many monumental areas. And then we had a lot of experience, unfortunately, in our land with the earthquake. So we have been glad and pleased to share our experience with such a great group of experts, and also with such a great group of participants that had a strong interest in our speeches. Thank you so much. Matloba.
დიდი მადლობა. როგორც გითხარით, პროექტის კონსორციუმი საკმაოდ მასშტაბური გახლავთ და ის მოიცავს არამხოლოდ ICOM-ის საერთაშორისო კომიტეტებს და სხვა საერთაშორისო ორგანიზაციებს. ჩვენ ძალიან მოხარულები ვართ, რომ საქართველოშიც ადგილობრივად ჩვენს ეროვნულ ორგანიზაციებთან განმახორციელეთ ეს პროექტი და კიდევ უფრო მეტად მოხარული ვარ, რომ ICOM-ის ინსტიტუციური წევრები გახლავთ ეს ორგანიზაციები. მადლობა პირველ რიგში თბილისის მუზეუმების გაერთიანებას, ქართული სახვითი ხელოვნების მუზეუმს და თბილისის მუზეუმების გაერთიანების გენერალურ დირექტორს ნინის ვთხოვ 2 წუთი, გვაქვს მე მგონი 1 წუთი გახსნაზე.
მოგესალმებით ყველას. ჩემთვის დიდი პატივია ვიყო ერთ-ერთი მასპინძელი იმ მნიშვნელოვანი ღონისძიების, შეიძლება ითქვას, ბოლო პერიოდის ერთ-ერთი ყველაზე მნიშვნელოვანი სასაუბრო თემის, რომელიც ეხება ჰააგის კონვენციას, რომელიც ეხება იმ კრიზისულ პერიოდს, რომელიც არა მარტო საქართველოს, არამედ შეიძლება ითქვას, მსოფლიოს ბევრ ქვეყანას უდგას კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის თვალსაზრისით და ჩემთვის მართლა ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია, როგორც თბილისის მუზეუმების გაერთიანებისთვის, როგორც ამ ქვეყნის მოქალაქისთვის, როგორც კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის სხვადასხვა მიმართულებაში ჩართული ადამიანისთვის თითოეული თქვენგანის მოსმენა. მადლობა ყველა ჩვენ პარტნიორს, მადლობა ICOM ევროპას და ICOM საქართველოს ამ მნიშვნელოვანი შესაძლებლობისთვის, რომ ვიყოთ ერთად აქ და ახლა.
დიდი მადლობა, მადლობა ყველა გამომსვლელს. ჩვენ ასევე მადლობას ვუხდით, რა თქმა უნდა, იმ ადამიანებს, რომლებიც აქ არ არიან ადგილზე, მაგრამ თავიანთი, ასე ვთქვათ, გარკვეული წვლილი მიუძღვით აი ამ პროექტის განხორციელებაში. პირველ რიგში, რა თქმა უნდა, მადლობას ვუხდი საერთაშორისო ICOM-ს, რომელმაც მოგცა საშუალება, რომ სოლიდარობის პროექტების გრანტის ფარგლებში განვეხორციელებინა ეს პროექტი. აქტუალური თემაა, რა თქმა უნდა, როგორც უკვე აღმოჩნდა დასაწყისში. და დიდი იმედი მაქვს, რომ ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი პლატფორმა იქნება მთელი 2 დღის მანძილზე, რომელიც ესეთ მწვავე და ამავდროულად საუკეთესო პრაქტიკის მაგალითებს გაგვიზიარებს და ვისაუბრებთ ამ ყველაფერზე. ეხლა გადავდივართ უკვე მთავარი მოხსენების ნაწილში. ქალბატონ ჯულიანა ერიკანის ICOM ევროპის პრეზიდენტს ვთხოვ, რომელიც გახლავთ მთავარი მოხსენების მოდერატორი.
Well, I'm happy to open the works of this important conference, giving the floor to Peter Stone, actually the chair of Blue Shield, and I can introduce him. I saw that Peter Stone is online with us, and so Peter Stone is currently the UNESCO Chair in Cultural Property Protection and Peace at Newcastle, the only such chair in the world. In August 2020, Peter was elected as President of the Blue Shield, having served as Vice President between 2017 and 2020. The Blue Shield all of us know, but I remember, is the international not governmental organization created in 1996 to advise UNESCO on the protection of cultural heritage in the event of armed conflict. It was chair of the United Kingdom National Committee of the Blue Shield between 2013 and 2020. In 2003, Peter was advisor to the United Kingdom's Ministry of Defense regarding the identification and protection of the archaeological cultural heritage in Iraq. He has remained active in working with the military to refine attitudes and develop processes for the better protection of cultural property in times of conflict. He has written extensively on this topic, including the co-editing with Joan Farhal Bayali, The Destruction of Cultural Heritage in Iraq of 2008, and editing Cultural Heritage Ethics and Military, 2011. His article, The 40-Year Approach, led directly to the establishment of a joint service cultural property protection unit in United Kingdom forces to become operational in 2019-2020. Peter was appointed to the University of Newcastle in 1997 as director to the International Center for Culture and Heritage Studies in the School of Arts and Culture in 2001 and as head of school in 2006 until December 2015. Before joining Newcastle, he had worked for English Heritage as a field archaeologist and history teacher, and between 1998 and 2008, he was honorary chief executive officer of the World Archaeological Congress. Peter was awarded an Order of British Empire in 2011 Queen's Birthday Honours List for services to heritage education. Thank you, Peter, for being with us. The floor is yours.
I can hear you, I can hear the interpreter, but I can't hear the speaker.
Okay, we hear you.
Thank you. Don't worry. Nearly there. Okay, I hope you can see my screen. And okay, so firstly, thank you very much to ICOM Europe for the invitation to speak. My apologies that I am not there with you, but I have a fairly hectic travel schedule at the moment. So I've been asked to talk about protecting cultural property in the event of armed conflict, and in particular, the work of the Blue Shield. Just before I do that, to give you a slight background, which you may have already had from the speaker before, I am a UNESCO chair in cultural property protection. About 80% of my work goes on what I will refer to in the lecture as CPP, and about 20% goes on the peace aspect of my work, although they are both very heavily integrated. The university has funded my post since 2016 and 1.5 other people since 2017. And those 1.5 other staff provide the majority of the secretariat for the Blue Shield. And so because of that, the university, Newcastle University in the UK, is at the moment and has been the largest funder of the Blue Shield. And that role, obviously and sadly, cannot go on forever. At the moment, the funding goes on until the end of 2027. And at the bottom of all of the slides, you will see the two hats that I wear on the logos on the left-hand side, the Blue Shield, and on the right, the UNESCO chair at Newcastle. So, excuse me also if I cough, I'm at the end of a fairly heavy cold. Why, I'm going to just go through the topics that I will touch on today. Why is cultural property protection important? A little history of CPP, focus a little bit on the 1954 Hague Convention and its implementation, touch on what is good and perhaps less good cultural property protection, and then I'll talk in a little more detail about the Blue Shield. And I say now, apologies for one slide, which comes up in about 3 or 4 slides' time, but it shows what I would need 15 minutes to go on and explain. So why is cultural property protection important? Obviously, I think we all know the answer to that, but just so that we're all on the same page, it provides a tangible and intangible link to the past that helps provide individuals and communities with a sense of place, identity, belonging, well-being, and dignity. Yes, we should always put the protection of people before the protection of cultural property, but much of that well-being and dignity of those individuals and communities is indivisibly intertwined with their cultural property, a point that I will come to again in a couple of slides' time. And in the image there, you see the two sides of what the Hague Convention calls cultural property, what we normally would call cultural heritage in the 21st century, but the tangible, the tombs of Askira in Timbuktu in Mali, and the intangible, a dance performed by Shona spiritual men at the site of Great Zimbabwe in the country of Zimbabwe. So we say with Blue Shield that we work because cultural property, cultural heritage, can maintain or build healthy, peaceful, stable, secure, sustainable communities. And those are the bedrock of peaceful society. And that's essentially what we are trying to help deliver and provide right from day one. However, of course, there is a health warning, and this is the slide I apologize about, because while CPP defines, or cultural property rather, defines who people are, it also, of course, and contentiously, defines who they are not, who belongs and who does not belong, who is included and who is excluded. It can be used as a vehicle for understanding and peace and reconciliation, but it can also, and frequently has been used, as an excuse for conflict, as a target in conflict, and a weapon in conflict. We must therefore be aware of both the opportunity, the threat, and the impact that that has. And the image, I'm afraid, is of a slide from the village of Brocko in the Balkans during the fighting as the former Yugoslavia collapsed. And the inhabitants of that village were rounded up and taken about a mile away from the village and lined up against the side of a large hole that had been dug and were machine gunned into that hole. But then the hole was not filled up with the earth that had come out of the hole. Rather, it was filled up with the rubble of that community's mosque. So when I say that the two, protecting people and protecting their heritage, are indivisibly intertwined, this is the most horrible example of that. Being buried in the same grave, the people and their spiritual life and their physical life, the actual rubble and remains of their mosque. That is what we are frequently up against in trying to protect cultural property during armed conflict. But this idea isn't new in the slightest. It has been around for about the last 2,500 years, with Sun Shao in 6th century BC China, Polybus, Hugo Grotius von Clausewitz, the Duke of Wellington, and Francis Lieber, going from left to right across the screen there. Don't worry, I'm not going to go in detail with all of them, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of points from some of them. So Sun Shao, 6th century BC China, argued very forcibly in his key document on war the need to win peace as well as battles. And if you don't win the peace, more battles will follow. And one of the ways of winning the peace is not destroying everything that your enemy has. And the general rule of the military is that it is better to keep a nation intact than to destroy it. And it's the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. And the siege of a city is only done as a last resort. And if you think back to the warfare in 6th century BC China, it would only be when a siege of a city was undertaken that cultural property was likely to be damaged or destroyed, because battles in the field would not really have damaged any of that. And one of the commentators on Sun Shao, Li Quan, argues that when you enter deeply into enemy territory, you should not antagonize people by acting unjustly. When the founder of the great Han dynasty entered the homeland of the supplemented Qin dynasty, there was no rapine or pillage, and this is how he won the people's hearts. So if you avoid damage, pillage, attacks on the population, is a way of winning the conflict. Two other early manifestations of this, on the left, the patent of Muhammad granted to the Holy See of the monastery of Sinai in about 625. And the text in part reads, "No bishop is to be removed from his diocese, nor monk from his monkdom, nor ascetic from his cell, nor pilgrim from his pilgrimage. Neither is any of their assembling places or churches to be pulled down. Neither shall any of the wealth of their churches be employed for the building of mosques or of houses for the Muslims. And whoever does this shall have violated the charter of God and the charter of his prophet." So fairly draconian retribution for anybody who goes against this patent. And then the first, in a historical way, modern iteration of this that I've found so far is the 1385 so-called Durham Ordinances. And these ordinances are the rules for the English army attacking Scotland. And the penalty for damaging cultural property is the same penalty as for rape. And that penalty was death. So taken very seriously by those. The Treaty of Westphalia, 1648, after the 30 Years' War, restores both property and all the documents, registers and papers belonging to those properties to those who have lost them. Restitution. Again, restitution. At the end of the Napoleonic Wars, the Allies, led by the Duke of Wellington there as the commanding officer of the Army of Occupation of France, insisted on the return of all of the European cultural heritage removed by Napoleon's troops to build the collection of the Louvre. Wellington also banned any looting of French cultural property by the army, and others were very upset about that, including the Prussians, who had wanted to damage and destroy and take material back. But that's seen, the Treaty of Vienna is seen as a starting point to define modern cultural property protection. And the gentleman on the far right of the first image of this thread, Francis Lieber. Lieber had been a junior officer in the Prussian army at both the Battle of Ligny and Waterloo in 1815. And he then moved to the United States, And as a professor at Columbia College, as it was then, now university, Lieber was asked to write General Order 100, which relates to protection of cultural assets. And Article 35 of that states classical works of art, libraries, scientific collections, or precious instruments, etc., as well as hospitals, must be secured against all avoidable damage, even when they are contained in a fortified place whilst besieged or bombarded, almost going all the way back to Sun Shao. And on the back of Lieber came the two earliest Hague Conventions, which I'll just mention in a moment. Then in the Second World War, many of us know of these individuals, conscripted civilians who worked to protect and recover cultural property across Europe and in the Pacific. They were essentially disbanded in 1947, and for the next 50 or so years or more, little further contact was made between the military and cultural heritage experts. Very simplistically, the military turned more right-wing and the academia turned more left-wing, a generalization which I know doesn't fit everywhere. There was some limited work done, as I've noted, in the former Yugoslavia. But the context of that came from essentially one man, as in the image there, Polish Jewish lawyer Raphael Lemkin. And Lemkin, in his spare time in the late 1920s and early 30s, had been investigating the attacks on people in historical events, and especially minority or majority but oppressed groups. And that led Lemkin to firstly create a word that didn't exist in language at the time, genocide. And he created that by sticking a bit of Greek and a bit of Latin together. And the early drafts of what became the 1948 Genocide Convention had two forms of genocide: barbarism, genocide against people, and vandalism, genocide against their cultural property. And vandalism was seen by Lemkin as nearly always coming before barbarism. So it was an indicator that barbarism was on the way. And astonishingly, the first public iteration of this was in 1933, 7 years before the beginning of the Holocaust, or not quite seven, but before the beginning of the Holocaust. Unfortunately, because of the influence of the so-called settler states during the drafting of that convention, America, Canada, Australia, to a lesser extent New Zealand, supported by ex-colonial powers like the UK, they forced Lemkin to remove the chapter on vandalism out of the 48 Genocide Convention. And that was because they thought that it might be used against them for their treatment of indigenous peoples in their own countries. But the idea was out, and so in the Nuremberg trials at the end of the Second World War, senior Nazis were prosecuted and convicted not only for crimes against what Lemkin would have called barbarism, but also for what he would have called vandalism. The idea gets into Article 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that culture, and by implication, cultural property, is a human right, the access to of human rights. And of course, it's there in the 1954 Hague Convention. So in the 21st century, you've got the background from 1815 that I've just touched on, then the 54 Convention, which I'll talk about in a little bit more detail in a moment, but also in the additional protocols to the Geneva Conventions, the Rome Statute, various UN Security Council resolutions, perhaps most importantly 2347, various international statements like the 2019 UN Plan of Action to Safeguard Religious Sites, and in, I hope, an increasing number of national pieces of legislation. So there is a plethora of legality around cultural property protection. But going back to the Hague Convention, at the first meeting of the drafting committee that was pulled together in 1953, the then Director General of UNESCO, Luther Evans, argued, "It is our object today, gentlemen, to lay the foundations of what I may call the Red Cross of cultural property, and have it accepted by all states and by public opinion that property of cultural value is given the respect which civilized people recognize is as the same as that given to civilians, prisoners of war, medical personnel, and hospitals." And that's a real statement of intent from Luther Evans, and putting protection of cultural property right up alongside the protection of civilians, prisoners of war, medical personnel, and hospitals. And over the next few weeks and months, the drafters turned Luther Evans's Red Cross of cultural property to something called the blue and white shield, as you see at the bottom of the slides. And they expected the organization to be created at the same time the convention was adopted. Sadly, they were disappointed, and it took another 42 years for the organization to actually come into reality. But the preamble in the convention, in a way, stressed two things. Firstly, that damage to cultural property belonging to any people whatsoever means damage to the cultural heritage of all mankind. And the preservation of that cultural heritage is of great importance for all peoples of the world. But those who had lived through 2 world wars and drafted the convention realized that you couldn't protect cultural property without putting all of the ideas and all of the practicalities in place in times of peace. And that is stressed 8 times in the convention. Whoops, sorry. So what in times of peace the convention says and the protocols that every high contracting party should produce a list of cultural property in its area. It should identify cultural property for one of the 3 levels of protection, general protection, special or enhanced, to put in emergency plans to protect cultural property in conflict, to designate competent authorities for the safeguarding of that cultural property, to mark the property with a relevant blue shield emblem, and to note especially Article 7, the military obligations. Protecting cultural property came in 2 forms, or comes in 2 forms: safeguarding at home and respect for cultural property if you are fighting overseas. And the image is just of a training session being run by Blue Shield Iceland on protecting collections if the museum has been attacked. Article 7, the military measures, in times of peace, there again, to foster in the members of their armed forces a spirit of respect for the culture and cultural property of all peoples. And there you have my colleague, Dr. Emma Cunliffe, who some of you know, working with NATO officers on an exercise. And what Emma's doing is putting complications into that military exercise about the protection of cultural property as required under the convention. The second part of the Article 7 is that they are to, all high contracting parties are there to establish or have specialist services or personnel whose purpose will be to secure respect for cultural property and coordinate with the civilian authorities responsible for safeguarding and respecting it. And there I'm teaching on a multinational course, as you can see, just at the end of COVID, at the UN training school in Ireland, of peacekeepers who are just about to deploy to various UN, EU, and NATO peacekeeping operations globally. And in the convention, it has 3 levels of command. And so on the left-hand side of the slide, you see the 3 levels of great importance, of very great importance, and the greatest importance. So those are protection, special protection, and enhanced protection, as you see in the triangle. And the key thing about it is that as the protection gets stronger, so does the authority to strike get more senior in the military. So for great importance, a battalion commander can decide that there is military necessity to attack somewhere. For something under enhanced protection, the highest operational level of command, the force commander, has to make that decision. Sorry. So here we are in the 70th anniversary of the convention, with 136 countries having ratified it. And we can ask, I think legitimately, a series of questions. Have all of those 136 properly implemented the convention, identified cultural property under 3 protection options, got good inventories and catalogues, prepared their CP and institutions as required in the convention, and implemented Article 7. And 70 years after the convention was established, one would hope that the answers to all of those are yes. Sadly, they are all no. And very few countries have actually done any or much of the implementation of the Hague Convention. There are reasons for that, and I'll mention a few in a moment. But the previous slide showed my colleague, Dr. Michael de la Cruz, in Ukraine, trying to help retrospectively protect cultural property. And this image here is of the German National Committee of the Blue Shield, working with other emergency services. And the red trailer there is a specialized trailer prepared by other agencies in Germany, but as a sort of headquarters for cultural property protection that can be moved around where there becomes an emergency. One of the earlier slides talked about it being a multi-sector issue around cultural property protection. And you'll see how Blue Shield understands that in a few minutes. But just to emphasize that, we've talked a little about the military responsibilities, but the humanitarian issue is a very strong one in terms of cultural property protection as well. And I just used one example of this with the Rohingya who have had to flee Myanmar, and where you have in the refugee camps in Bangladesh a real problem of not only the normal issues around large refugee camps, but the International Office of Migrations, the IOM, who run these particular camps, noticed a much higher level of mental distress amongst the refugees than normal in such a refugee situation. And they did a survey, and 73% of the Rohingya who were surveyed and talked to and interviewed about this all stated that it was the loss of their cultural property, the buildings they had had to leave behind, some of the large, supposedly movable objects that they had had to leave behind, but also some of the movable objects that they had been able to get away with taking with them, that they had, and they didn't know what to do with, and who had responsibility for them. And they didn't know, there was no facility within the camps to teach their children, the next generation, of their spirituality and their understanding of how the world works. And it was that which was driving down their mental well-being. So the IOM, in response to that, created a cultural center in one of the camps where any objects that had been brought out could be put there. They work with imams in the community, and that built and started to address that mental distress. Unfortunately, the last time I spoke to anybody in the IOM, or one of my colleagues did, we think that that funding for that centre is being withdrawn soon. So what are the obstacles to implementation? Why aren't people doing it? Well, the first one is that nobody ever wants to plan for the worst. It is never going to happen to us. We are not going to be invaded, etc. As a result, the convention is not properly implemented. The main responsibility for cultural property protection usually lies with the Ministry of Culture. And as we all know, those are usually the weakest and most worst funded ministries in government. UNESCO, as Luther Evans realized back in 1953, was always going to be an organization constrained by the politics of the UN system. They were not going to be able to go to some of the places they needed to be to protect cultural property quickly and easily, as the ICRC were able to do to protect civilians. And he also knew that UNESCO didn't have, and really in ways that he was talking and saying, shouldn't have a practical responsibility in the way that the ICRC had built up, and that he aspired his Red Cross for Cultural Property to build up as an independent, impartial, neutral organisation who could talk to all parties in a conflict. The Blue Shield, though, wasn't set up, another obstacle to implementation, I would argue, until 42 years later, and it's still not properly funded. And yes, people say new technologies may help, but we must start with the reality, including the huge range of global access to new technologies. And here is just one sad indication of that. This is in Senegal, where the chair of the National Committee of the Senegalese Blue Shield is walking through the debris of a burnt-out archive at the university there. And the new technology that might have saved at least some of that archive would have been a good fire prevention system, not really good new technology, but that archive over 50 years of records of the university all lost because that sort of protection wasn't in place. So a key thing, preparation is fundamental and must be a peacetime activity. And I'm not going to go through all of that text, but you can see there. And yet, it is still easy, and I don't mean to bring out a particular attack on this individual, Andrei. This is a common response. No one was prepared for war of this magnitude. So the response was improvised. That's exactly what the Hague Convention says you cannot do, you must not do, it will not be effective. And a lot of Ukrainian cultural heritage has been lost and damaged because Ukrainian colleagues didn't believe it was going to happen, with some notable exceptions, and therefore they were not prepared. But that's the same issue with almost every conflict in the world. So just to very briefly touch on what is good and perhaps less good cultural property protection. In 1917, the British army under Field Marshal Allenby was fighting the Ottoman Empire in North Africa. And it was very clear to Allenby that if the fighting continued in the way it was, that in a few weeks and then a few months and then a few weeks and then a few days, he was going to be at the gates of Jerusalem. And that worried Allenby because at the time there was a 96% Muslim population in Jerusalem. And what he didn't want was for his campaign, which one of the key elements of was speed, to be bogged down in Jerusalem because the population saw his troops as a reincarnation of the Crusades, of the Christian Crusades. And already as he was moving across the north of Africa, the Ottoman Empire were actually suggesting that in their propaganda. If it scared Allenby, it terrified the politicians in London, because if they're thinking that the Islamic population of Jerusalem opposed the British occupation, that might spread across the rest of the Middle East, across the whole of the Ottoman Empire, and it might spread to British India, the financial hub of the empire. So Allenby did two things when he got to the gates of Jerusalem. Firstly, he walked into the city to show he came in peace, to some significant risk to his own life, but walk in he did. And then secondly, he put out a proclamation drafted for him in London, and the centerpiece of the proclamation were these words: that every sacred building, monument, holy spot, shrine, traditional site of the three religions will be maintained and protected. And then somebody on his staff turned really good cultural property protection into brilliant cultural property protection with one of those simple acts that you can think of, but it was simply that Muslim troops from the Indian army under Allenby's control were deployed to protect all of the Islamic sites, and the other troops under Allenby's control were deployed to look after the Jewish and Christian sites. And with that act, that removed any thought of opposition from the local population. And while there was a military presence in Jerusalem, there was no problem with any of the local population. Another good piece of CPP is much more recent. In 2011, the NATO air campaign in Libya, the US National Committee of the Blue Shield led on the production of a list of cultural property that should be protected if possible during that air campaign. A targeteer sitting in an airfield in the Netherlands identified 6 vehicles of a mobile communications and radar unit sitting inside and immediately outside a derelict building to be a target and to be destroyed using one large weapon, a large bomb. And I don't know what the actual events of the next part of this, but the equivalent of a red light flashed on his or her computer because the coordinates for the derelict building and those 6 vehicles were the same coordinates that the US committee had given for a fortified Roman farm, one wall of which you can see in the image, that they would prefer not to be damaged. As a result, the decision went up the military chain, and the decision was taken to modify the weapon and to use 6 precision weapons to destroy the 6 vehicles independently. And you can see the tangled mess of metal in front there of one of those 6 vehicles, and believe me, the other 5 look exactly the same, if not in a worse condition. That got NATO considerable positive media coverage, in fact so much that they created an internal review to find out what they did that was so good. That review recommended that NATO should develop a CPP policy. There was something called a directive in 2018, and there is a plan for NATO to be developed soon, although at the moment that is stalled because they do not have a unanimous support within NATO for that policy. And again, the politics of a intergovernmental organization becomes a danger to to proper implementation, or an obstacle to be overcome. Another good thing, 1916, Mr. Ahmad al-Faqi al-Mahdi was prosecuted and convicted for destruction of 9 mausolea and a mosque in Timbuktu. And part of the judge's conviction statement said that the targeted buildings were not only religious buildings, but had also a symbol and emotional value for the inhabitants of Timbuktu. They constitute a common heritage for the community. And al-Mahdi was sentenced to 9 years with a 2.5 million euro fine, although that obviously has not been paid by Mr. al-Mahdi. And there were also prosecutions and convictions under the International Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. But then less good. In 2002, the coalition that was being built in the US and Europe to attack Iraq and President Hussein created 6 so-called think tanks in Washington, one of which had a subcommittee on the whole of culture, which I'm reliably told never met. As a result, there was no political thinking or decision-making around the protection of culture. There was no military thinking. And as any of you who know anything of the military, if there are not orders given, nothing happens. And there were no orders given. As a result, the National Museum, Library, Archives were all looted in Baghdad, as were similar institutions across Iraq and hundreds, if not thousands, of archaeological sites. But in a way that got worse because in 2006, while the Iraqi population were becoming increasingly frustrated with the presence of coalition troops on the ground, the lack of protection of sites allowed for a group to go in and blow up the Al-Aqshari Mosque in Samarra, that was the 3rd holiest shrine in Shia Islam. That was seen by most commentators as a tipping point from a frustrated Iraqi population into the full-scale sectarian civil war, which led Western politicians and coalition leaders to decide that the troops had to stay for a further 5.5 years, taking 5.5 years worth of casualties, of fatalities, but also 5.5 years worth of losing the propaganda war. And losing that war allowed for the re-emergence of Al-Qaeda in Iraq and provided the oxygen for the emergence of the so-called Islamic State. Neither of those organizations are going to disappear in my lifetime. And while the failure to protect cultural property was not the only issue, it was certainly a contributing issue to the development there. I was doing a similar presentation in Poland last week, and 2 Polish officers, senior officers, chipped in and said from the audience, but the immediate impact on the destruction of the Al-Aqshari Mosque was something that we had not planned for and did not think would come, was that the into their area of responsibility, within a month of the destruction of the mosque, they had 100,000 internally displaced population. And they had to find food and shelter and medical facilities and everything else that a refugee crisis like that needs. And they had no plans to do that. So the impact of failing to plan for protecting cultural property is massive. Which brings us to the Blue Shield and 42 years late. The primary context of 54 conventions and its protocol, underpinned by wider international law and the UN and UNESCO's strategic agendas, also conscious of the Sustainable Development Goals and, for example, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. And again, we see CPP as a multi-sector responsibility and opportunity. And again, my now retired colleague, Dr. Paul Fox, working with colleagues at NATO, again, putting CPP problems into some of their activities. Our mission as the Blue Shield is that we are committed to the protection of the world's cultural property and concerned with the protection of cultural and natural heritage, because there's frequently no distinction between them, tangible and intangible, in the event of armed conflict, natural or human-made disasters. So we take the whole issue of CPP a step further than the definitions in the 54 Convention. And there you've got the Argentinian National Committee, who convinced Argentinian TV to do a series of programs on cultural property protection, and this is just them. So we envisage the Blue Shield as a triangle set within a circle. It's an international NGO created in 1996, essentially as a heritage organisation and now established as a legal entity under Dutch law. And currently we have 34 national committees, predominantly voluntary, and if everything goes the way we think it will, by the end of next year there will be over 40 national committees. And we have limited funding for the central team, as I've mentioned already. We think going to 2027, but because of the perilous situation of higher education in the UK at the moment, there is a review of that funding on the 12th of December this year, and the funding may end at that point. And we are, as Evans envisioned back in 53, independent, impartial, neutral, and not-for-profit. So the 3 points of the triangle there you will see as the heritage sector, the humanitarian, and the uniform sectors. And an American colonel in the Marine Corps said to me a few years ago, "Oh, I get it, sir. The space in the triangle is where there are no stupid questions." And he got it right in one, because those 3 sectors start in completely different places, but they all have a common interest. In Blue Shield language, the creation or maintenance of those healthy, peaceful, stable, secure, sustainable communities. But while that work can go on within the triangle, every conflict is different, and the context of the conflict is given by the issues in the wider circle. So what's the political context? Is a political element going to say cultural property is a reason for this conflict, a target and a weapon in it, or are they all going to say we're going to try to protect it? What's the legal context? Who has ratified what? What national laws are in place? What is the media context along the lines as I've just described in Iraq? But then down at the bottom, why we do this, to try and interact and work with communities to build those healthy, peaceful, and so on communities. So that's how we envisage our work. Key issues, we're independent, etc. We do not and will not publicly denounce any party to any armed conflict, which enables us to work behind the scenes, and we hope to fulfill the original aspiration to become the cultural equivalent of the ICRC. And the image there is of our then President Karl Habsburg holding a document with Yves Dacour, the Director General of the ICRC, having just signed an MOU between the two organisations. And we understand, however, that a national committee might find it less easy to comply with those ideals of independence, impartiality, and neutrality. We were talking to colleagues in Ukraine about the creation of a national committee in Ukraine at the end of 2021. Had we managed to do that, and the Russian invasion had still taken place, the Ukrainian National Committee would, of course, have found it more difficult to actually stay neutral, independent, and impartial. So we understand that, but at an international level, that is our absolute mantra. We create a framework for the national committees and the central team, and I'm not going to go through these. I can make these slides available later, and it's all on our website. But we ask all national committees and Blue Shield at the centre to plan to and report on 6 areas of activity every year. We don't ask them to all necessarily do this in the same order as it is on the screen, and we don't say that every national committee has got to address all 6 in any one year, because we know that many national committees have limited resources, and we want them to react to the specific national situation. But by having this framework, it shows that all of the national committees are working to the same agenda. And at the same time, we have identified 8 threats and risks to cultural property during conflict or following a disaster. And again, I'm not going to go through them. But by creating this framework, the group in the image there is Blue Shield France, which has just been given the status of a national emergency service because of the framework and the addressing particular things. So that helps national committees, and it is also building much stronger links between national committees. Some of the stuff that we're doing, we work, as I've shown in slides, to support NATO exercises and policy and CPP data. We've done similar training in many European countries, and just as 2 examples from other sides of the world, Fiji and Honduras. We now run annual UN course for the training school in Ireland, and we contribute to NATO courses, peacekeeping missions. We're working still to protect cultural workers and cultural property in Afghanistan. We're developing working relations with the humanitarian sector, with the ICRC. We have now an MOU. The humanitarian Bible is something called the Sphere Handbook, and we're working with Sphere to try and integrate CPP into that handbook. We work with uniform sector. We have a letter of intent with NATO, an MOU, for example, with the UN peacekeeping deployment in Lebanon, which I'll mention in a moment. We have projects in Ukraine, Iraq, and Syria. And I think this slide, I know this slide is now out of date. I think it is now 80 plus presentations across the world in more than now 27 countries. So that's some of the work that we do, which will all be jeopardized if the university funding is pulled and we can't find some other funding. Just as one example to underline the issue of in peacetime, we have been working as BSI, Blue Shield International, in Lebanon since 2013 with the DGA, the UN peacekeeping mission, the Lebanese army, and critically a NGO called Biladi in Lebanon, and building those annual training sessions where we brought them all together. And you can see in the inset image, there's me there. The guys with blue headdress are the UN, the ones with no headdress are the Lebanese army, and you can see just in the background 2 or 3 of civilian people being trained alongside them from the municipalities. And there we are at the World Heritage Site of Tyre, which has been targeted and damaged in the recent fighting. But following the explosion at the port, a couple of weeks after the explosion, UNIFIL were given permission uniquely to move outside their area of responsibility to help with the catastrophe. And they phoned us up, and that phone call would never have happened had we not been working with them for 7 years. And that contact was made in Lebanon and resulted in UNIFIL and Lebanese army working together to restore to stabilize, rather not restore, but to stabilize 2 major historic buildings. And the one that you can see in the image there had 3/4 of its roof blown away. And in that type of architecture, it's the weight of the roof that keeps the building upright. And so you can see there troops putting a temporary roof on, which is supposed to last, I think, for 5 or 10 years. It may well be there in 20 or more years' time, but the building will also be there in that time. And other structural work was done jointly by the structural engineers and other colleagues from LAF and UNIFIL. And that basis of trust, which had been developed in the annual training since 2013, cemented in the post-explosion work, has been instrumental in protecting cultural property, both immovable and movable, in the south of Lebanon and in Beirut since the fighting, hopefully now stopped because of the ceasefire, but in Lebanon. So, for example, the museum in Tyre was evacuated under the control of the custodians there, but by the Lebanese army, helping to protect cultural property. So, just to end with some questions that I don't ask you to answer now, but to think about. Has your country ratified the convention? Has it fully implemented the convention? Do you know who will protect your cultural property following armed conflict, terrorist attack, or disaster? How will that protection work? Who will lead it? What resources are available? Will anybody help you to protect your building or collection? And here you have colleagues from the National Museum in Egypt forming a human chain around the National Museum to stop people getting in to loot, but finally supported behind them by the Egyptian army. Do you have a priority grab list of the most important objects? Do you have enough packing material? If you had to evacuate, do you know where the material would go? How would it get there? Will your army use troops and trucks to move it? And have you thought about cyber attack? If you haven't thought about cyber attack, I recommend you go to the website of the British Library and look at the report on their massive cyber attack and the impact it had on the organisation. There is a huge way to go before the world thinks of cultural property protection as a key aspect of conflict. It's not going to happen in my lifetime, but if we don't start building the wall now, it will never happen in my grandchildren's lifetime. But the people who are taking on the mantle are these characters in the image in one country, again in Lebanon. These are mainly architectural and archaeology students who gave up their studies for 3 months or so in 2020 to help after the blast and have been helping again still in preparation for the conflict. I hope I haven't gone on for too long. Thank you very much for listening.
We all thank Mr. for the large view about the reasons of CPP and their failures. The long work, the mission of Blue Shield, the recent actions in Lebanon, and the long work facing the Blue Shield national committees. Also for the notation about the weak reactions of the Ministry of Culture in the world, but the recent declarations against the word, it was the first time in the meeting of the 20th prime ministers in the world in Rio de Janeiro, we hope will be the beginning of a new attention against for these problems. So we have just 5 minutes for a debate, but we have, as you saw, the links with Peter Stones, so you can use them after this conference to speak directly with him. Now we have 5 minutes. I'm sorry, but the time is very strict. Yeah. Peter Stone will action the translation from Georgian if there is some Georgian questions, but now not.
Hi, it's Deborah Ziska from Washington, D.C., and I've worked with the Smithsonian Cultural Rescue Initiative and Penn Cultural Heritage Center. Thank you for that wonderful history and background. And I'm sorry to hear about your funding issues. Is it possible for you to tell us what you're looking for? How much does it cost to support Blue Shield on a yearly basis? We can't hear you. You're muted, I think. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Now, yes, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. To replace the minimal work that we have at the moment will cost in the region of 300,000 euros a year. And so that's what we're really looking for. If anybody knows any very wealthy individuals or can twist the arm of their government, please contact me very quickly.
I think we should talk. Okay. We should be in touch. I think there might be some people in the U.S.
Another question? Well, thank you, Peter Stone, again, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck with the rest of the conference.
დიდი მადლობა პიტერ სტოუნს, Blue Shield საერთაშორისო ლურჯი ფარის პრეზიდენტს და ჯულიანას მოდერაციისთვის. ეხლა ჩვენ გადავდივართ შემდეგ სესიაზე, ცოტა დროში გადაჭარბება გვაქვს, მაგრამ იმედი მაქვს, რომ მოვახერხებთ. ეხლა ვთხოვ ჟულიეტ დუალს, პირველ რიგში რომ მოგვესალმოს ICOM საფრანგეთის და ლურჯი ფარის საფრანგეთის სახელით. ის გახლავთ ამავდროულად ICOM Europe-ის ვიცე-პრეზიდენტი. ჟულიეტ, თხოვთ, მოგვესალმეთ, გახსნის პერიოდში დროის გამო ვერ მოგეცი სიტყვა, მაგრამ ეხლა გთხოვთ თქვენ სიტყვას და რა თქმა უნდა გააგრძელებთ თქვენი სესიით, რომელიც თქვენი მოდერატორობით ჩატარდება. გთხოვთ.
Does it work? Yes. Thank you so much for dear Lena. I'm so happy to be with you. I'm vice chair of ICOM Europe, but I'm also representative from ICOM France, which supports this symposium, which is very engaged in this symposium. I want to say 2 words before beginning the session. Just we know all, and I come from France, and myself, we know how complex it must have been to organize this ICOM Europe seminar, and its success is essential in a time when European issues are so strategic, particularly for Georgia. The prospect dates back exactly 1 year with that earlier. At this time, I was chair of ICOM Europe before you, dear Juliana. I can never say enough about my gratitude and friendship towards Lena and her team. For ICOM Europe, Regional Alliance, Europe is a huge geographical area, far beyond borders of European Union. The whole continent, from west to west, from south to north, it makes sense that museum professionals from this vast region are working together to address the issue of protecting heritage in situations of armed conflicts. It has taken a new dramatic dimension with the war raging at both ends of the area concerned. This raises profound ethical questions at a moment where our organization, ICOM International, is renewing its ethical tools. May our debates enrich also this discussion. In the name of ICOM France, in my name, the name of ICOM Europe, I want to warmly congratulate ICOM Georgia for the great organization and the opportunity they gave us to have this meeting and to discuss together. So now, please, we begin the first session, and I want to call to the stair Cécilie Holberg. Yeah, Cécilie. Claire Léger. Our colleague, sorry, I have to read it, Elke Kellner, please go to the floor. And last one is Yulda Muzahal. I hope.
Dear colleagues, dear all, dear Juliana, Lana, now it's time to have our first round table on the theme of best practice in heritage protection, ad hoc solutions, innovations, and case studies in safeguarding cultural heritage during crisis. We have four speakers, four women, as you can see, to take the floor this morning. And I want to thank them to be here now. They are coming from Austria, from France, from Italy, and from Albany. And that is representative of our session, European session. They will present diverse situations. Cecilia will present the flood in Dresden in 22 at the Dresden State Art Collection. Elke Kellner will recommend to be prepared. Emergency management in museum in the context of armed conflicts and climate change. Claire Léger will give a comparative approach to crisis preparedness from Armenia to France, a reproducible methodology, and Yulda Muzahai will speak about conservation and prevention strategies in areas affected by civil wars. The guiding principle of their talk maybe can be resumed with their keywords, the keywords that suggest disaster preparedness, cultural heritage, protection, emergency response, climate change impact, museum risk, management, preventive conservation, civil war impact, international collaboration, community cultural awareness, crisis preparedness, disaster response training, and so on. So important focuses. We will listen to them, and then we will have time for discussion. Each speaker has 15 minutes. It's not a lot. And at the end, you will have 13 minutes to ask questions to them and to discuss within you. So we begin with Dr. Cecilie Holberg. You are visiting professor at ITATI, the Harvard University Center for Italian Renaissance Studies. You are, renewed art historian and museum director with a PhD in medieval history from the University of Göttingen, Germany. You have directed the Städtische Museum Braunschweig and the Galleria dell'Accademia in Florence, when you was curator major exhibitions such as Textile and Wells in 14th century France and Michelangelo. You are also recognized for your legal victory protecting Michelangelo's David, and you was named as honorary academician in the Academy of Fine Art in Florence. So, it's you to speak, please.
So, good morning. I hope that I will not feel slept during my speech because I reached Georgia this morning at 4 o'clock. But this is really interesting because on the airplane you always hear, these are the emergency exits. And in an emergency, please follow the instructions of the crew. I think this is really a key word for this session today. So, suddenly, the underground storage became a problem because the electric power went out, but the water got in while time was running. The Staatliche Kunstsammlungen Dresden during the flood of 2002. We heard a lot about the Hague Convention, but it was the result of 2 terrible wars. 70 years later, the threat of armed conflict seemed, unfortunately, more present than ever. Presumably, we need to add to the challenges of defending our cultural heritage from external armed wars, new emerged factors such as the consequences of climate change or political ideological decisions. For instance, the blasting of the University Church St. Pauli in Leipzig, Germany, 1968. Not to forget an increased changement of social behavior in our society that lead to aggression in various forms in our museums and places of cultural heritage. It would therefore probably be appropriate to expand the type of potential hazards and to address them. Too often, lack of space and money lead to provisional critical situations. Therefore, architectural design, distribution, function and utilization of rooms in a museum building should already take emergencies into account and anticipate critical situations. The greatest difficulty of disasters such as armed conflicts or other enemies, such as floods, earthquakes, fire, etc., is probably the moment of surprise, when disaster strikes and finds you unprepared. Logically, everyone immediately reacts in some way, panics, is blocked, maybe even makes mistakes, and cannot see an objective solution. This is usually due to the fact of missing a coordinated approach and a clear communication, like a good preparation. Correct behavior can be trained and must be practiced, because once the emergency has occurred, normally there is no time left to discuss what to do. The museum complex of of Dresden is historical. The origins of the Staatliche Kunstsammlung Dresden can be seen mainly in the 16th century Kunstkammer of the Saxon electors. Set up initially as a universal collection, the emphasis was on technical devices, instruments, automata, and so on. A mixture of costly and unusual things and of technological innovation. It was above all August the Strong, Elector of Saxony and the later King of Poland, who furthered the systematic development of the holdings. Having traveled to Versailles, he got inspired and he wanted to build by himself something very special. And so I will abbreviate because we lost a lot of time already. His son August III ruled the kingdom for 30 years, from 33 to 63, greatly expanded the picture gallery, and by the mid-18th century had turned it into one of the most significant painting galleries in Europe. In 1745, the 100 best paintings from the collection of Francesco III d'Este, Duke of Modena, Italy, were acquired for the Dresden Picture Gallery, but without their frames. The newly made gilded frames are characterized by their high-quality craftsmanship and give the collection a uniform appearance. Saxony and its art collections survived the 7 Years' War in the 18th century, but with great losses. Paintings had to be sold and silverwork melted down. In 1831, the daily operations of the museums came to be financed by the public purse, and 2 years later, the Königliche, I translate, the Royal Historical Museum, which has developed from the armory, was added to the collection shown at the Zwinger. You see here in the picture the Zwinger. By 1855, the gallery building, designed by Gottfried Semper, completed and closed off the Zwinger grounds towards the Elbe River. In 1891, under the direction of archaeologist Georg Treu, the Albertinum was opened, showing ancient sculptures and plaster casts. Since 1919, the Staatliche Kunstsammlung in Dresden were placed in the care of the Ministry of Culture. With German reunification in 1992, it became possible to begin the reconstruction of the Dresden Castle as a residence for the arts and sciences, which had been initiated in Eastern Germany. After the catastrophic flooding in 2002, the Albertinum was overhauled and converted beginning in 2006 and reopened in 2010 as a museum for art and romantic. Nobody was prepared, not even the responsible authorities. Everything was too late in August 2002. For 10 days, the rescue of thousands of works of art from the cellar depots of the Dresden State Art Collection ran around the clock. As the electricity had failed, the fire department, the soldiers from the German army, and volunteers struggled through the darkness with candles and flashlights. A story of a unique rescue operation, but one that also revealed the many weaknesses of the civil defense system. The flood was taken as an opportunity to draw up a disaster plan together with the city council in order to be better prepared, and they already were better prepared in 2013, even if the flood wasn't that high as in 2002. So the case study. With 312 liters per square meter, in August 2002 saw the highest amount of rainfall since records began. With a water level of 9 meters 40, far beyond any alert level. Look, here are the alert levels 1, 2, 3, 4, even if they are not translated, I think you will understand them. And here, 1, 2, 3, 4, but in 2002 we were absolutely in the stars, the negative stars. So the Elbe Valley was flooded. It's the Weißeritz and Elbe are the rivers, flooded large parts of the city of Dresden. The Weißeritz, you see this, this small blue river, but this was the bad one because all this hatched red part was flooded by that really small river. So the water didn't come from the Elbe River, but mostly from the backside. So nobody was prepared. No more underground depots. The art depots and workshops, as well as the restoration and publication depots of the Staatliche Kunstsammlung, were in the underground. The ingress of water knocked out power everywhere. As a result, the lift from the cellar stopped working, as did the air conditioning, dehumidifiers, lighting, etc. The Zwinger became a trap for the valuable objects. Its inner courtyard resembled a bathtub, and the water seeped in from above. The fire brigade pumped out the water day and night. Roads were flooded, impassable, and blocked. People were asked to use their own mobiles only in an emergency so as not to bring the network to a standstill. Rescuing people, animals, and objects naturally had to be the first priority. After 16 hours, I left the art collections for the first time. The city seemed to be in a state of war. Sirens, ambulances, helicopters, chains of people throwing sandbags at each other. When a bystander tried to take photos, he was almost beaten up for it because the curiosities were not very well seen. In the city center, shops had no windows and people began to loot the shops. Word got around quickly, and so it was impossible to accept offers of help from unknown people from outside to empty the depots in the art collections. It was feared that they might simply walk out with a small painting or a sculpture. Instead, state employees from other institutions were recruited. Art transport professionals were also available. Everyone helped and bring art treasures up to safety. The painting storage, there were so many situations that I can still remember today. There was a guardian in the basement depot with a painting by Spitzweg in her hand. She stood motionless, paralyzed, full of emotion, and began to tell me, "I've been guarding this painting for about 15 years, and now I'm touching it, but it was forgiven. It was forbidden, but now I'm holding it in my hands." And I realized that she was completely blocked and spoke to her very briskly to snap her out of her state of shock and told her to run, to save it, and she did. I recently met these people again, and we talked a lot about these impressions. Around 4,000 paintings were rescued from the depots while the water kept rising and eventually reached halfway up our calves. The paintings with the large formats, so we brought everything up, but you know, there was no air condition, so we brought a lot of heat and water into those rooms. The giant formats and the rolls of canvas could not even leave the basement at all. They were fixed under the ceiling, a nightmare for every restaurator. And here you have the rolls of canvas. The floodwater stopped just below the rolls, or as you can see in this case, reached the bottom 10-20 centimeters of the canvas, enough for creating damages. The flood took us all by surprise in the middle of the summer holidays. Most of those responsible were on holiday and therefore absent. Decisions had to be made, action had to be taken quickly. Around 200 employees helped. The German armed forces, the technical relief service, etc. And at the end, everything was comparatively well. No people in the museum were harmed. The effort of the helpers were enormous. Just to show you the postcard and the catalogue and everything, and you can imagine what happened after this disaster. The frames, the historic frames from the frame depot were less fortunate. There was no time left to save them. We had to leave the cellar because of several risks, and so an enormous fundraising and restoration project had to follow. Here too, caution is always advised. There were countless offers of help, donations of money, offers to restore from themselves, but it is always necessary to check very carefully whether these are suitable restorers or whether one or other is hoping to do business in this way. So, risk continues. The Albertinum. I was in the Albertinum, in the basement of which was the collection of plaster casts, sculptures, bas reliefs, all unwidely large and heavy objects. It was impossible to get them upstairs without strong men. So I suggested to the Director General that we should call the German army, because they are well-functioning and well-organized, structured group of people we needed. There were strong and disciplined men there. It was now up to me to decide how many we needed, what their tasks should be, where the plasters should be taken. Too many men would have got in the way. Too few would have been useless. So I worked out what was needed and asked my colleagues how many people they needed. When we phoned the army, they were really happy to finally be able to help. No one had accepted their previous offers to help because they were all fixated on technical equipment of pumping. Nobody had realized that people can do a lot. The young soldiers were great, interested, careful, and despite the rush, haste, and time pressure, everything remained intact because they kept calm. The poor soldiers, while waiting to be relieved, fell asleep where they were after 8 hours of really hard work. It was a good experience in this situation to have people who are intelligent and think for themselves, but do what is asked of them. It was a different story in the post office. The Deputy Director General, a calm and extremely kind person, asked me to take care of sending out the emergency mail, press release, and so on, and assigned me a few employees. The first person started a discussion about why this needed to be done, where things were going to be brought. Rarely have I seen the Deputy Director General so forceful. He simply told her, "We don't have time for discussions. You are immediately relieved of the task and can go. We don't need your help." A consistent and necessary decision to be communicated in such situations, as immediate action and realization must be taken. There was no time to explain that there was no electricity, the post offices were all closed, the driver was waiting outside, there was a long way to go, it was hoped that the selected road would not also be closed, that the bridges were in danger of collapsing. In short, a decision had been made by those responsible and now had to be implemented. The water did not wait. 3.3 billion invested in Saxony in floodgates, dams, and floodplains afterwards. At the time, King August had decreed that the banks of the Elbe should not be built on so that the banks could absorb the water during the floods. Unfortunately, this had not always been adhered to. Many areas have been built on, the ground sealed, and thus unable to absorb water. Even if we have been able to achieve a lot through progress, we must always maintain respect for the forces of nature. In recent years in particular, we have regularly experienced disasters. So I think that we already heard that before and after you had to be prepared and you have to have lists and what to do before and after, and the most important thing is really to be prepared because things happen and you have to do something automatically, but there are always surprises, always, and you have to keep fast but very calm. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. It was very impressive to see those pictures, and your speech was very convincing. Please, Elke, it's you to take the floor. While you are preparing, I speak 2 words of who is Elke. Elke Kellner holds a ME in Art History from the University of Vienna and Yale University. Since 2014, she has been managing director of ICOM Austria and a board member of ICOM Europe since 3 years. She is founding member of the ICOM Palmyra Talks series and an expert on heritage crime, lecturing for the OSCE, Smithsonian US Department of State, and Austrian Armed Forces. So maybe it's, and also since 14, you have served on the board of Blue Shield Austria. Please, you have the floor for 15 minutes.
Thank you so much, Juliette. Great to be here and take the floor again. I'm starting with ICOM. You see, we are a huge network without borders. ICOM, the International Council of Museums, is the international non-governmental organizations of museums and museum professionals. As you all, or most of our colleagues obviously know, we are committed to research, to conservation, to communication of the world's natural and cultural heritage to society. This is our key task in this rapidly changing world. Cultural heritage is not only about preserving objects, stones or ruins. Heritage defines our history, our identity, who we are as human beings. ICOM, as the voice of museum and museum professionals on an international stage, raises public awareness to those issues, and as I mentioned, is a huge global network of experts and museums. As we see, we cooperate with many international organizations. I just want to mention one as the OSCE. I mentioned a lot. I lecture a lot for law enforcement, for customs agencies, in the protection of heritage, fighting illicit trafficking, but also they support us in some projects of emergency help, and I will mention those later. Our mission is to support museums in all different fields, but I want to talk about our key missions in heritage protection and emergency management, obviously. Here is another picture of what my colleague just mentioned, the floodings in Germany a few years ago. In recent years, climate change has led to an increase in extreme weather events worldwide. Long periods of drought and severe heat waves are followed by thunderstorms and heavy rainfall. Floods and landslides are occurring with much more frequency and can cause major damage. Extreme weather events are becoming more and more frequent, more and more severe, and forecasts have shown. Scientists agree that this is caused by the climate crisis. In physical terms, among other things, the fact that warmer air can carry more moisture. If the temperature rises by 1 degree, there is 7% more water vapor on the path of high CO2 emissions we are currently following. Flood events are expected to increase by around half globally by the end of the century. So there is no planet B. I just researched some details about, it's a European Union report about the current situation in Georgia. All over the world, museums will be increasingly affected by these extreme weather events. Our collections are threatened, and the need for enforced emergency preparedness to fend off the worst is urgent. Science agrees that we are endangering human civilizations at the extent of a massive climate change can only be contained by quickly reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. This report states that the populations from 2018 in Georgia with 3.73 million, and at that time Georgia contributed 0.03% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. That may not sound a lot, of course. The main pollutants were the energy sector, has the highest emissions, followed by agriculture, production, and industry and waste. Average temperatures in Georgia have increased steadily since the 1960s and are projected to rise by more than the global average by the end of the 21st century. By the around 2090s, maybe even faster, that the average temperature in Georgia is projected to increase between 1.4 to 4.9 degrees Celsius above the historic baseline, depending on the emission pathways from low to high concentrations. During the same period, the annual precipitation in western Georgia has mainly increased, while it decreased in the eastern regions. The frequency of heat waves is projected to increase significantly by the 1990s under higher emission pathways, representing major risks to human health, livelihoods, and biodiversity. Georgia is considered highly vulnerable to the effects of climate change, facing threats that with the increased frequency of droughts, flooding, and landslides. These are expected to have serious implications for agriculture in particular, one of the main aspects of economy, but also mainly on forestry, tourism, health, and of course, cultural heritage. Georgia has developed a climate plan till 2030, a climate strategy, and this is, I think, doing a lot to reduce emission, but it's, of course, a global phenomenon. I just want to compare briefly some figures that we have in Austria. Austria is also particularly affected by climate change. In 2023, you see that the heat days massively increased, and I think it's 76 degrees above the historic average. That has the temperature in Austria increased in Vienna specifically already in 2003. So we're far away from the 1.5 climate goals here. And as a result, also in Austria, the climate conditions are dramatically changing, and we had a huge flooding in Lower Austria just this year in September, with also some more smaller and middle-sized museums were affected in that area. So flooding really will continue to rise as a danger of heritage, and is twice likely to occur in the following years. So we as museums, we want to take care of our collection. This is one of our most important tasks, and we have to do everything to prepare ourselves to react in this kind of situations. But of course, climate change is one factor. I just made a mind map of all the different things we have to work with, that we have to keep in our mind. There's a lot going on in the emergency preparedness sector, and we have to build strategies for all the different risks that we encounter. And one of the worst in Europe in our region is, of course, the current armed conflict where Russia attacked Ukraine. In armed conflicts and political upheavals, since the turn of the millennium, cultural heritage has been increasingly targeted. It has been looted or deliberately destroyed in order to finance warfare. We remember the IS terrorists who destroyed but also sold cultural heritage illegally. And this affects the identity and the confidence of the adversaries. So it's psychological warfare also. Museums as well as cultural sites are affected in many countries around the world, and ICOM, as the International Council of Museums, together with other international organizations like ICOMOS, have condemned these attacks on heritage. And the Hague Convention was mentioned already. In the case of Russia and Ukraine, both states have signed the Hague Convention that agrees that any damage to cultural property, irrespective of the people it belongs to, is a damage to the cultural heritage of all humanity, because every people contributes to the world's culture. So clearly the destruction by Russian armed forces against Ukraine is a violation of the Hague Convention and therefore a war crime. I just want to briefly point out some of the examples we've seen of the horrible destruction that is going on. From the war started in February 2022, and military forces from Russia attacked Ukraine, and it started with strong attacks on museum and cultural heritage. Here just the confirmed numbers from the UNESCO that were recently published. I know in comparison numbers from the Ukraine colleagues and the Ukraine Ministry of Culture, which are much higher, so a higher level of destruction can be expected. There has been plundering going on, Russian plundering of the Melitopol Museum, which is documented by pictures also on social media. We are always grateful if the Russian soldiers post those pictures. And another one is the big plundering of the Kherson Art Museum. Here's another example where we work together with the OSCE, with international law enforcement. So we really have the documentation. For example, here you see a satellite image where the arrows, the yellow arrows, point to trucks that were situated in front of the museum, where the pictures from the museum were put into. You see that they're not really wrapped well, not fit for transport. They were brought to the Krim, to a museum in Simferopol, where they were stuck in the museum. And from those pictures, also posted on social media, we were able to identify a few of the paintings. And this information also goes out to law enforcement, to border officials, also to documentation for maybe a trial under the Hague Convention. So we know these paintings definitely were taken and looted from Kherson. It was mentioned before that there were lots of help initiatives by ICOM committees all over Europe. We organized help transports to Ukrainian Museum to provide some of the packing material, and still trying to do what we can during the training. It was mentioned like the first aid experts taking care of damages and trying to help in the museum fields. Aside from the armed conflicts, there are lots of other threats to museum, the theft, the actionism, vandalism, technical problems. I just show you quickly some of the pictures, but because time is running out quickly, this was one of the most famous museum heists in the Isabella Gardner Museum. Here we have a flooding in Vienna last year because of a broken water pipe. Here we have the burning of Notre Dame in Paris. So we really underline that during reconstruction works in historical buildings, there must be a fire watch, there must be a person looking and controlling, because if the fire breaks out and you have those technical systems inside of the building, it's far too late. And of course theft, the big theft in the Bode Museum in Berlin, where we're also concerned about security issues, because the security personnel was involved in the theft. He applied as a security guide and then opened the window from outside so his colleague could climb in and steal this 100-kilo gold coin from Canada. And we had lots of activism also going on in museums, climate activisms. You know, those groups like Friday for Future or Extinction Rebellion. They feel their future and lives being threatened, of course, by the massive effects that climate change will have. And activists, after big demonstrations, and they didn't feel successful, they turned on actions like this in museums. But one has to point out that I don't think of any case where really a painting, an object was really damaged. There were some damages on the frame, but mostly they attacked paintings that were behind the glass screen and therefore protected. So really, really important, do you have an emergency plan for those kinds of risks? Colleagues already mentioned that we have to be prepared, and this is the disaster management cycle that gives us the different stages where we can see ourselves in a disaster, and for us prevention and preparedness are the most important stages where we can really influence prevention on a broader scale, maybe government organizations to have land regulations, stop the degradation, stop the development of rivers and so on, and the preparedness which we can do in our museums ourselves to make emergency management plan, to really think about what we can do in case of emergency, all the different measures that are to be taken in place, be in contact with the emergency organization that you might need, the firefighters, the armed forces were mentioned already, but prepare in advance. After those, we have the rehabilitation, the reconstruction during the immediate phase, in the response phase, mainly the armed forces or blue light organizations will be in charge, and museum people will be again more active in the rehabilitation and afterwards the recovery and reconstruction phase.
You have 1 minute more.
Thank you. It's just too short to talk about everything in this complicated field, but here you see a risk assessment matrix where you can see what are the risks for my institutions, for my buildings, and how likely is this risk to occur. Very useful. In Austria we have this HORA system. It's a risk map where you can see different risks like flooding here, and you can construct a 3D visualization for your institutions out of this map. So we can see here an example of massive flooding for a museum in Lower Austria, and shows the area which will be affected. So this is very good to really think about what risks you are facing. And one thing I really want to present to you as part of the preparation efforts and all the tools that are important, ICOM Austria developed the emergency evacuation tags for museum storages, and now together with Blue Shield International, it's recommended for international and worldwide use. It's a special tag to mark objects clearly and coherently that should be saved first from storage areas, making it easier for evacuation teams and blue light organizations, thank you so much, to find those objects and to rescue them in emergencies. You have to, of course, to prioritize the object first. You have to think about which objects to take from historical value and all those content prioritizations, but also practical aspects. Is the object very heavy? Can two people carry it? Does it fit through the door? Do we have many stairs? So also practical thoughts are really, really important in emergency evacuations. And ICOM Austria is happy to provide this kind of copyright to all international ICOM organizations for adaptions and for the countries to use. And the best plan is not going to work if you don't practice it. So you have to really practice this into the museum, but also with partnering forces. We had a big exercise with the armed forces and fire brigades, you know, the valuable material and resources that are provided from UNESCO and ICOM and other organizations, but really put it to work together with other organizations, practice in the museum, use the resources there are, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Dear Elke, it was fascinating. Unfortunately, we have we have not time enough, but we will have time to discuss and maybe to come back to your PowerPoint. Please now, dear Claire Léger, it's you, take the floor. Claire is presenting communication prepared with Marie Courcelot, who is president of Blue Shield France. Claire is emergency response director of Blue Shield France. She is an expert, research crisis management, and a director of collection and exhibition. She's an archaeologist specializing in the study of furniture. She is currently head of collection for the Haute-Garonne Departmental Council in France. Committed to the preservation of cultural heritage, she also holds roles in associations such as Emergency Response Director for Billets Bleus since 2022. She is involved in preventing conservation and heritage preservation projects in France and abroad. Please, Claire, now present your communication for 15 minutes.
Hello everyone, thank you so much the organizers to their kind invitation. Let us begin a few words about Blue Shield France. It's an association founded in 2001, recognized as beginning of public interest. It is also the National Committee of Blue Shield International, and since 2024 we have been certified as a civil security organization. This structure enables us to intervene both in France and internationally to safeguard endangered heritage. The value of Blue Shield France are the core of its mission to protect cultural heritage. Your main mission include training, informing, collaborating, and intervening. Thus, action aimed to anticipate disasters, reduce the vulnerability of cultural property, and ensure a coordinated response during the crisis. Over the years, Blue Shield France has participated in a variety of interventions, both in France and abroad. For example, you have in 2009 in Cologne in Germany, following the collapse of the municipal archive. We contribute to clearing operation and solving documents. In 2010, Blue Shield France intervened in Haiti, assisting with the clearing and sorting archive after the devastating earthquake. More recently, in 2022 in Ukraine, we collaborate with ICOM France and other partners to deliver protective material for the preservation of endangered cultural heritage. In France, your interventions have also left their mark. For instance, in 2023, in Aix-les-Thermes, following a church fire, we handled the recovery of damaged objects. Also in 2023 in Paris, we assisted the École Française of Extrême-Orient after flooding, managing water damage documents. Such action is only possible through strong collaboration with institutional partners, such as the Ministry of Armed France, Interior and Culture. Together, we develop tools like Cultural Heritage Safeguarding Plan, organize crisis exercises, and support institutions in their preparation. Now, let's turn to Armenia, a country facing significant environmental, technological, and geopolitical challenge. In 2022, a memorandum was signed between the National Institute of Heritage, the French Embassy, and the Armenian Ministry of Culture to develop training programs on heritage protection. This project, coordinated by Blue Shield France, aimed to train professionals both theoretically and practically, incorporating the realities of armed conflict. In Armenia, the risk is numerous. Environmentally, the country is frequently affected by landslide, flood, and earthquake. Technological standpoint, with Mesmer nuclear is one of the most dangerous stations in the world. And finally, the geopolitical challenges are significant, with recent conflict in Karabakh leaving deep mark of Armenian heritage, sometimes destroyed in what can be described as cultural genocide. Armenia achieved victory in 1994, but in 2020 it suffered a devastating defeat accompanied by the destruction of Armenian cultural heritage in this region. The governance system in Armenia also presents challenge. While the organization is centralized, there is a lack of interministerial coordination for effectively protecting heritage. Institutions do not yet have operational PSBC, and the goal is not to equip each establishment with a plan with training staff in crisis management. In this context, 2 phases of training were organized in Armenia. In March 2023, a theoretical training session enabled 50 participants to understand the basics of drafting a PSBC, emergency plan. We emphasized the need to distinguish a wartime shelter plan for PSBC, which must be adaptable to all situations such as fire or flood. In October 2023, this training was followed by practical exercises. The first, held during the day at the Sardarapat Memorial, focused on a fire scenario. Participants test their organizational skill by applying their theoretical knowledge. The second exercise, conducted at night at the National Library of Yerevan, simulated a flood. This time, the PSBC framework allowed for structural role and assignment for each participant. The results were clear. While the first exercise revealed organizational problems, the second demonstrated a marked improvement thanks to rigorous operational management. It was also the first time that firefighter and civil security associations collaborated closely in this context, testing inter-service coordination, procedure, and equipment. In France, efforts to develop PSBC have yielded results, but much remains to be done. Between 2021 and 2022, 87 incidents impacted cultural heritage, approximately one every 8 days. To reduce risk and provide consistent response to heritage institutions, several efforts have been made. Develop and PSBC methodology, creation of dedicated tools, improve inter-service collaboration, and enhanced operational response. To achieve this goal, numerous partnerships have been established and collaboration has been fostered across a relevant ministry, aiming to deliver a coordinated response to a global challenge. Significant progress has been made in equipping institutions with safeguarding plans for their collection. Nearly 19% of cathedrals have an emergency plan, 70% of archives, and nearly 50% of museums. However, certain risks remain under-assessed, notably environmental risks like flooding. With climate change, the risks are constantly increasing. Additionally, the risk of conflict is rarely accounted for. In the face of this challenge, one question remains: are we truly ready, collectively and individually? PSBC, which structure crisis preparedness and management in cultural institutions, are directly rooted in the 1954 Hague Convention. In France, this directive has become a vital level for strengthening the resilience of cultural institutions. It has been implemented through a series of national directives to organize cultural property protection, even in peacetime, before a crisis arises. The 1954 Hague Convention is not limited to armed conflict. It advocated a comprehensive approach to protecting heritage against all potential threats. In France, this vision has been expanded to include risks related to natural disasters, climate change, and health crises. PSBC are essential tools for risk management and cultural preservation. However, faced with growing threats like armed conflict or large-scale natural disasters, gaps remain adapt their plan to the most critical situation. In conclusion, France and Armenia have made significant strides in raising awareness and building resilience among cultural institutions. International collaboration, the professionalization of operational capacity, and innovation in tools have driven progress. However, much remains to be done. Let us continue working together to protect your heritage and pass it on to future generations. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any question. And I think I was very quickly.
Nevertheless, it was very rich and interesting, so thank you very much one more time. Please, Yulda Muzarai, now it's you. It's your time. Yulda, you are a diagnostician and conservator of cultural heritage,
Yes.
Cultural heritage specialist and cultural mediator in Albania and in Italy. You are born in Albania, but you went in Italy. You moved in Italy in 2002. You hold degrees in science and technology for cultural heritage at the University of Bari and diagnostic of cultural heritage at the University of Salento, with training in preventive conservation from the University of Urbino. Your experience includes museum activities in Palazzo Pitti, diagnostic research at Palazzo del Pegaso, and independent studies in curatorial practices and museum education. So now it's you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I tried. And my research is about the strategies for conservation and prevention in the regions affected by civil wars, with the objective to promote and strengthen the local and international collaboration among professionals and cultural sectors, organizations for preventive conservation and safeguarding of cultural heritage in regions affected by civil wars through an analytical approach from anthropological, scientific, and technological perspectives. I can go this way. Okay, perfect. So this is my objective. And about the GPI, the Global Peace Index, is the world's leading measure of global peace, and is produced by the Institute of Economics and Peace, a think tank, independent and non-partisan, non-profit that thinks and cares about peace as a positive measure for well-being and the maintaining of peace and progress of humanity. It ranks 163 world states and independent territories, and it classifies those countries in base of their level of peace, and it covers 99.7% of this of the global population. From the GPI data, wars are on the rise. There are currently 56 conflicts in the world involving 92 countries. That are there are more than 110 million people, refugees, and internally displaced due to violent conflicts. From those data, we have to think about what is going on, and from those data, the increase of violence in 2023 is mainly due to the global economic impact, with a 20% increase in GDP losses due to conflicts. And as we see, the list of those 163 countries, the last places, there are Yemen, Afghanistan, Ukraine, Sudan, South Sudan, etc. And from those data, it seems like in Ecuador, in Gabon, in Haiti, those are countries that had registers the greatest deterioration of peace in those countries. In 2019, those countries weren't, Yemen were one of those countries that weren't so big preoccupation, and so maybe a reflection about how wars and conflict wars, internal wars, have to be thought a little bit, trying to not, I don't know how to say, trying to not underestimate those conflicts, internal conflicts. And the level of the global peace, the GPI used 23 different qualitative and quantitative indicators about the area of safety and the insurance of society, about the kind of conflict, intern conflict, and about sorry, and it is about another militarization and sophistication of militarizations. So in the new millennial, the wars are changed. There is David Hermitage that reflects in his work the distinction between war and civil war, and with the internalization of conflicts, it isn't so easy to understand the difference between those concepts. And armed conflicts, we know that deprive populations from different points of view from economic, social, political, and preservations of cultural heritage stability. Cultural crimes and cultural mortifications, cultural crimes brings social, emotional, and cultural mortifications. And we know that it touches the identity of populations. From an international point of view, we know, and we talked before about the Hague Convention of 1954 and the collaboration of UNESCO, supporting of UNESCO about different programs and education and protection of cultural heritage in different environments. And sometimes when the contribution of those organizations are very, very important when, for example, the Convention of Hague about the legally part of international humanitarian law. In 2015, Italy with UNESCO, they dealt this intervention about the helmets blue, that are a task force that intervenes in zones in crisis of conflicts and earthquakes and etc. So there are some, as you see, Argentina, for example, in the last years took this as an example, and other countries are working about those forming those kind of task force. Some cases, study cases that I found interesting about the knowledge and cultural dissemination is about the Spanish Civil War and the manuscripts of Timbuktu. Where the Civil War of Spain were between 1936 and 1939, there were two different parties, the Franco's rebellions and Republic part. In this retrograde of Republicans, they had more destruction about cultural heritage, mostly about what was about church. So church was the symbol of Inquisition and of those of morality in public and private. So everything was about church was destroyed. The same didn't happen in nationalist part, and the way that deal with this kind of destructions were very different. Republicans supported culture as a tool of society development, but in the nationalist part there were like people with different sensitivity about cultural heritage. There were more about traditional and the sensitivity of trying to save the safeguarding of cultural heritage was different. They created different juntas, and this kind of sensitivity about cultural heritage was very different. The fact that in those areas the people was involved differently. In the Republicans juntas, there were people that were restorers and museum conservators and artists and intellectuals that supported the idea of Republicans party. And from the other side, there were more volunteers and there were people that wasn't so expert about conservations, but anyway, they tried the best. And another these propagandas with kind of communications that were at the time It was very important for the countries that were around, and it was from there Sweden, for example, started to build safe wire guarding and for protection of cultural heritage. And France and England, for example, took examples for safeguarding with new strategic ways the cultural heritage, and the involving of people from all over the world starting to increase the sensitivity about the protection of cultural heritage. Another example that is really interesting about involving people, normal people and professionals and experts was about the manuscripts of Timbuktu. Haidari, that is a librarian of Mali, he saved more than 250,000 of manuscripts. They are very important because they consist in different arguments like art and culture and medicine and other arguments. And those manuscripts were conserved in different houses in Timbuktu, and then people, Haidari in the time took those books and tried to conserve them in his library. And in 2012, some extremists, Islamic extremists of Al-Qaeda, they destroyed some of those manuscripts, and Haidari, with very patient and involving family and colleagues and normal people, he saved this big quantity of those manuscripts for 8 months. And this is a picture of him. Pardon? So when the internal politics can't guarantee the right of dignity of a person and the right of culture, Article 25 and 27 of the United Nations of Human Rights, we should intervene from outside, obviously taking care about and studying the laws that are there between the national and the international, so maybe we need more lawyers. But we have to intervene, we have to do something. And maybe it doesn't seem, when a war is going on, maybe it doesn't seem a priority, but as Al-Kuntar said, the destruction of cultural sites during conflicts and can have a significant impact on the identity of people who survived the war. This is another example of the statue in Ukraine. Preventive conservation is about, as ICOM say, it is about the a lot of an asset, different measures of trying to not deteriorate more the cultural heritage, the assets, tangible and intangible assets. So the preventive conservation is like taking care about something. So from physical part, but from emotional part, and all an asset needs to be preserved better. So curing and taking care is different, although they come from the same verb from Latin, curare. And this difference is because when we intervene about protection of cultural heritage in some crisis zone that could be urgent, it's more healing, it's more curing something physically, but maybe we can consider to make some differences about taking care about assets, so trying to think more about other aspects that involves the artwork. So there is a question, how much does the lack of that...
2 minutes more.
Yes, thank you. How much does the lack of or the addition of knowledge and cultural dissemination play in the protection of cultural heritage, both material and otherwise? When we think about the science and technologies that helps protection and everything about cultural heritage, we know that information can cross over all the world, but we should think more about the truthfulness of the sources of information. And this makes us try to think more about the critical thinking of the sources, and in the same time we can think about how to build knowledge. And Jean Piaget, it is a Swiss psychologist, and was the president of Swiss Commission in 1949. He developed the theory of cognitive development, and he says that when a child grows up, there is a balance between what is new and what they know. So the processes that are inside this approach makes them to build knowledge in a recreative way. And this building of knowledge helps personal reflection and builds knowledge, and dissemination are very...
You have to stop in 30 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was just concluding, but the thing that I really care about is cultural dissemination is very important, because we have to involve local people and try to collaborate and to do our best, because we are still in time for something. We don't have to underestimate some situations, and we have to give the chance for doing more experience, not just for students but for all people. And maybe we can do this thing involving more local people, and to increase the sensitivity of about cultural protection of cultural heritage. And as San Francesco said,
thank you. But maybe you will you may answer the questions, because now it's time to have some questions. Unfortunately, we are a little late. I don't see. 20 minutes. We have 20 minutes. That's nice. We will be 10 minutes late. So, is there any question in the among the audience? Who wants to ask a question to one of the speakers? If not, I have one to launch the discussion. The one is conflicts are increasing with you. Climate disasters are occurring more and more frequently. So even if you have shown with examples that a lot is done to face risks, it happens. So what is mostly missing in your minds? Is it knowledge on crisis analysis? Is it political willing? Is it money? How to make knowledge better disseminated through education? To whom? To scholars, as you say? What do you think of that? What is missing? Elke.
I think the strategy in war has changed massively. We have like a conventional war. We have now with Ukraine, Russia against Ukraine. But here the heritage is really especially targeted with military attacks. We have different other crisis situations which are not so structured, with players from terrorist organizations who attack heritage as a form of identity and ideology. This is also very similar to Russia attacking Ukraine. The heritage is the identity of a people, and that's why it's massively attacked. So on one side, we have to, and of course we have other impacts from climate change. But for museums, it's the same. We have to prepare for those emergency situations and really do our best to develop an emergency plan and to prepare ourselves. And on the other side, to work together with emergency organizations like the know your local fire brigades and work together with them, or do exercises with the armed forces, have the armed forces implement heritage, cultural heritage protection in their plan, like the Hague Convention says. So I think those things would be very important. And of course, that all parties respect heritage as such an important part for humanity that it is not attacked.
Yes, Cecilia.
So sorry. I think there are two more factors. The one is really the dignity of the objects and of the people. That's why I fought for the right of the David, the copyright of the David, because I did not want him to be used for every stupid and silly and dirty publicity. And the other one is, I think, that we as museums have to communicate a bit more things from our point of view. Everybody's talking about the tomato ketchup on the Van Gogh, and everybody's talking about the new generation. No, we have to say, listen, do you know what it costs to put every painting in a Klima frame, in a glass frame? They did this in the National Gallery in London. This is so incredibly expensive, and this is absolutely against that what those climate fighters, I do not want to discuss those ideas, do not want to have, but I think they just want to have visibility. And we as museums have to put this discussion in another direction and say, no, we are keeping care of these important objects, of their dignity, and so please be aware of using public money, taxes, and to let us, to oblige us to save or to invent more possibilities to save our cultural heritage. This is, I think, very important.
Thank you. That's true. Do you want to answer this question? What is missing, the mostly missing? Money?
Well, I work with visitors and people from all over the world, and I see that cultural dissemination is very important. And as she said before, that we need to communicate more, but in a horizontal way, not just a vertical way. We have to involve people, go there and talk with them, because the local people are the destroyer or the saver of the assets. So we have to intervene. We have to do something. I really care about this. So the accessibility of art and culture to everyone. Thank you.
In the room, please.
Yeah, I have a question for Judah.
Yes.
Just about the issue of a civil war.
Yes.
If you could maybe give an example. I mean, there's going to be a conflict between different communities, and they may have very different ideas of cultural heritage, of specifically what is cultural heritage for them as opposed to their enemy with whom they're fighting. So I just wanted to understand better what the process of resolution you take in that kind of situation.
In a crisis zone, you mean? What can we do in the crisis zone, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Well, when we think about the task force, when we think about people that are intervening for protection of cultural heritage, it's about if we understand where an asset is, it's not just physically, but everything is around. I think in the dossier of an artwork, there should be a dossier of people that are around. We need to know better. We have to, for example, where there was Palmyra destroyed, there were people that, local people that didn't care so much because there were a prison. And so not all people had good memories. So, I mean, when you care about something, it's because you recognize some value. And if you don't have good memories, how you protect something, you are the first that want to destroy it. So, involving people emotionally, there's a lot of work to do, but we are still in time, and we always have to consider those, for example, like GPI reports, to try to understand where is better priority to intervene, you know. So we can do something. We're still in time. If you have questions.
Thank you for your question. Is there any other question in the room? I don't see a question. We have maybe 5 or 10 minutes more. So may I ask a question from your experience, all four, and listening to each other, especially the cases of Dresden or Armenia, would you say that there are local specificities to prevent risk? And how to adapt methodology from one to the others, and even how to make a kind of universal methodology, at least European one, able to be transferred to other. Is it the role of Blue Shield?
Yeah, thank you. I think is it effectively the role of the Blue Shield, but we are very persuaded that the methodology is the same, because cultural heritage in each pays are the same for the people, but the tools and the answer about people are different between all countries, because the sensibility, the approach, the human materials or financial materials are different, and the methodology was thinking for an adaptability, a great adaptability for each situation. And it's not a difference between countries, but it's a difference between institutions. In France, each museum, each institution cultural are different approach between, because there are different objects or different building or environment, and the response and the emergency plan was a very personal propriety about the institution. But the methodology, I think, are the same.
Thank you. Do you think it's the same, Elke? It's your experience also?
Yeah, I completely agree. We have the same threats. We have fire, we have water, we have earthquakes, we have conflict situations. So we have to react according to those. But also in one country, you have the bigger museums with lots of resources, and you have maybe small and regional museums who don't have a lot of money. But they still can think about their individual plan, and this is the most important thing, to really have your own plan, have all the details, what can I do, what maybe I have volunteers that can help me, what resources do I have staff that can help me, and how can I implement a plan, and how can I train this plan, make exercises, maybe get local partners, local stakeholders, maybe the city council can help me, or the local fire brigade can help me, and to work together locally with the stakeholders to get them into my boat for my institutions. So if an emergency occurs, that we can work together.
Okay, there is a question in the room, please. Just behind you, dear Lana.
გამარჯობათ, ეროვნულ გვარდიას წარმოვადგენ ეკატერინე ტატუაშვილი. კიდევ ერთხელ მოგესალმებით, ეკატერინე ტატუაშვილი, ეროვნულ გვარდიას წარმოვადგენ და მაქვს ერთი კითხვა. ბევრი თქვენგანის პრეზენტაციაში გაჟღერდა სამოქალაქო სამხედრო თანამშრომლობის შესახებ. და მაინტერესებს თუ გაგაჩნიათ საგანგებო სიტუაციების რეაგირების გეგმაში თუ გაქვთ განსაზღვრული ეს სამხედრო ადამიანების როლი და თუ არ გაქვთ რას აპირებთ სამომავლო გეგმებში. თარჯიმანს თხოვ რომ გაიმეოროს კითხვა. თარჯიმანს თხოვ რომ გაიმეოროს კითხვა არ ქონდათ ყურსასმენები.
That's a good question. Thank you. I don't know to whom you want to ask the question.
Maybe briefly, we too.
And Claire, it's on the military role and implementation in your strategic plans.
It's a common a question and I think a common mistake. Don't rely on the military or the fire brigades. They will come and help us. You have to do most of the work and preparation for yourself. And if you're very, very lucky, you might have a chance that the military or the fire brigade can help you. But the most things you have to rely on yourself, rely on your staff, and prepare yourself for the worst case, and have good connections maybe to the blue light organizations. But don't wait till the military comes and help you.
Thank you. I think Cecilia wants to answer also.
Yeah, the military, that's not their job to do this. They are able to help, and they do this especially in cases of flood. I'm speaking for Germany. They did it a lot of times, but you have to ask them, because every museum, somebody said this, every museum is doing a bit the emergency organization by themselves. So, you know, you have governmental museums and private museums, and from the cities and the towns and the churches, there is no generalization. And I think this is the same for, I can speak for Germany and for Italy. In Italy, they ordered by the ministry certain types of approaches, but they are very administrative. At the end, it's not the, you know, in that situation you have to have more things in your hand to do, and not just the administrative and bureaucratic part.
Let's Claire maybe answer to the same question, and I see you want to have another question, and you also, and after I'm afraid it will be finished. But Claire, maybe explain the particular situation in France.
In France, we work very shortly between armed and firefighter, because we training the army to work with us for the extraction of objects in museum. With convention we passed, and we have patrimonial delegation in army specialists from to evacuated object. And in Blue Shield we have little groups was formed by civil protection and fire factor to coordinate and to understand what is organization and the functionment about crisis response for armed force and fire factor. And for example, I'm a fire factor expert for safeguarding cultural patrimony. And we work very hand by hand to have a vision, a global vision.
აი ზუსტად მაგის თქმა მინდოდა მეც. აი გმინდოდა ზუსტად რომ ხაზი გამესვა ამ თანამშრომლობისთვის. დიახ, ჩვენთანაც ეროვნულ გვარდიაშიც პირადად მე ვარ ინსტრუქტორი, რომელიც ამზადებს კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის მოძრავ ძეგლების ევაკუაციის ეტაპებს აცნობს რეზერვისტებს და ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი იქნება შემდეგ თანამშრომლობასაც თუ გავაგრძელებთ მუზეუმებთან და სხვადასხვა დაწესებულებასთან, ვისაც ევალება კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის დაცვა. რადგან რო დადგება ამის საჭიროება, ხო, შეიძლება ხელის შემშლელი აღმოჩნდეს გადაუმზადებელი კადრი და ცუდ შედეგამდე მიგვიყვანოს პირიქით.
Thank you for this comment. I want to add one point to Claire. In France, we have army people who are trained as curator, specifically as curator. You want to answer?
And in Armenia, the training was made for cultural people, but also for army. 50 people are mixed to work together.
More than the army, those are the firemen. They are working on these arguments because they have also different machines and different, you call them anyway if there is a disaster, so they are more trained than the military.
Just one aspect, also in Austria, you have cultural property protection in the military. We have special officers who are concerned to advise the commander to protect the cultural heritage sites that really are appointed. So that we have special trainings for them, and I'm happy to connect you with the Austrian Armed Forces training organizations because they do international trainings as well.
It's just a comment to close, because it's true that in Italy we are killed by bureaucracy, no doubt, but I have to add that so if it's an emergency in your museum, the fire brigade will come and they do their job, no doubt, and you can just say, remember that there is a museum with cultural heritage things. In a disaster scenario, the first who do actually train that are trained to deal with cultural heritage are the fire brigade. We have also the army, that they have special forces that they already have trained and they can help. And in addition to this, the Carabinieri, I think Elke showed, the Carabinieri is a special army forces that are inside the Cultural Heritage Ministry. So it's direct in contact with them. So there is a training that we do, and I see my colleagues are saying, yes, it's true. There is this blue shield, it's a Caschi Blu della Cultura, blue shield that also training half cultural heritage professional, half army forces. And the last thing that I want to share, in the army forces, there is a special reservoir. So actually all professionals actually are requested to join the army, the soldiers, the army, in order to be to help them in such a situation, no? And it's very, very, very well known, you know. So they pick the people according to what is their need, and there are a lot of art historians, archaeologists that are part of these forces, conservators as well.
Thank you so much for this comment. Now it's time to go to a lunch, but you can of course continue the discussion with our speakers during the lunch, and I hope you will do it. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon. With your permission, I will speak in English during this session. Now, as you all know, as you probably know, the project, Cultural Resilience, had two components in action. Prior to the conference, we had 3 days intensive course, which was designed for the request and based on the situation analysis of the topics from the Georgian Museum and Heritage specialists. And I am really happy that we had 22 participants from Georgian, Tbilisi and regional museum and heritage institutions, and also the representatives from the National Guard of Georgia. And two colleagues from Spain. Thank you very much for your participation. We had 5 different topics, and it was delivered by different partner organizations. And I would like to invite on the stage all the training experts: Giuliana Ericani, ICOM Europe Chair; Alessia Strozzi, ICOM Italy; Tamar Sopromadze, Blue Shield Georgia; Claire Leger, Blue Shield France; Maria Elena Corrado, Istituto Centrale per il Restauro; and Francesca Campana from the same institution. And Deborah, oh, sorry. Yeah, we can add one more chair. Deborah Ziska, Chair of ICOM MPR. Okay. All the training facilitators are here. Now I would like to ask all of them to summarize their training components and talk about their topics shortly and about the result and activity from the participants. So please, dear ladies, the floor is yours. I would like to ask first Giuliana.
My lesson was an introductory one about the ethical basis of our action in heritage resilience, and it treated about the main recommendation of ONU and ICOM, and pointed particularly on ICOM Code of Ethics points regarding the collections, their protection, and the heritage, and the museum heritage, and the protection. The lesson was very well followed, and enough interesting debate followed about a problem or a little problem emerged by about a painting once in an European museum and sold after the Second World War.
Hello. So my focus then was actually on what's happening when we don't have a disaster risk management plan, so how to behave, what to do, and was focused on the evacuation of cultural heritage in a situation that we have to evacuate. So if we have to evacuate, of course, we might not evacuate everything, so we must also give a priority, which was also an activity, you know, how to make priority when you don't have a priority, when you actually are a cultural first aiders called to help the museum, you know, because we discussed that maybe the first cultural heritage, the the most important piece of the museum, it's easy to spot, but the rest can be a bit difficult. It's very difficult also to do in peacetime, but it's of paramount importance, because if we want to save cultural heritage object, we have to select, okay? If we want to save everything, we will not save nothing. We also talk about temporary storages. I think we had fun with the word temporary. So, which is temporary, it means a lot, it means nothing, so what does it mean? And the idea is that what is temporary might last more than what we actually think. So when we plan a temporary storage, we need to plan for a long period, and we need to plan as a normal storage that we keep open for public, for visitors, for scholars, that they continue to live and study. And I've closed with the skills and the ethical knowledge that a cultural first aider to have, and for sure a bit of stamina and the will to have a network and to work in team. Thank you.
My lesson was a presentation about methodology for the right emergency plane evacuation based on the Research and Restoration Center of France Museum. It was the methodological for all countries, and like I told this morning, for all institutions. And the goal of this training was to understand what the risk your institution can have, flood or fire or other disasters, and what are the best measures and the best answer to assess and to protect the cultural heritage of the museum.
Hello, everyone. I'll speak in English too, briefly. I represent Blue Shield, Georgia, and because the training was focused on preserving heritage in crisis zones, I presented the work that our organization has been doing for the past decade to show the participants what can actually be done and how preparation for the crisis can be as important as responding during the crisis. And thank you everyone for organizing and taking part in this conference. I think it's very important to bring international community together, especially in Georgia, and let everyone know what we do and how we, present ourselves to everyone else and have a conversation together. And I think also it's very important to have regional museums present because especially in Georgia, they don't get that much attention, so I'm always happy to see regional museums participate and show, and be active. And good work, everyone, and good luck. Thank you.
So I had the honor of inviting two men who I admire and have worked with at various points in time from Ukraine, who are innovative, brilliant leaders in cultural heritage protection, and one is Vasil Rashko. And the reason I brought him in, he does marketing and he does some communications, but his primary area is digitization of everything, photographing and metadata. And they are really, unfortunately, or fortunately, they are doing very cutting-edge work that we could all learn from. And this relates to communications. My area is communications, but without pictures. If you haven't digitized your collection or done good photography of your building or your assets, how can I communicate without the pictures? So the pictures are really important to your communications as well. The other guest speaker, remote from Ukraine, live, was Ihor Poshivelo, who a lot of people know. He's the founding director of the Maidan Museum, the Museum of Dignity and the Revolution. And it was interesting. I told him to focus on, he had so much he could talk about. I said, just focus on communications, how you communicate your message, how you dare to dream, your vision, whatever. And so it was kind of pleasing to see his, I emphasized stakeholders in my presentation after that, and he also had a stakeholders map I was pleased to see. And it was like, wow, so many stakeholders, you know, he was involved in, and how they relate to each other. And that's part of your communication strategy. I did a basic presentation on communications with a little more emphasis than ever before on propaganda and disinformation and how museums need to become a lot more savvy in that area. And we have a lot of work to do there. Some of the nice takeaways we had from our group, some of you were here, was definitely an understanding that different strokes for different folks, basically. Different generations get information in different ways, but we should not rely just on social media. We should always remember to have the personal touch, to go out into the community. Never forget that. In-person meetings are so critical. And one of the other takeaways was video, video, video. The more video you can do, the better. And I just reminded them, I'd heard on BBC News that the right-wing candidate was winning that morning. I don't know what the result has been, but anyway. And they said on BBC his total campaign was done of videos on TikTok. That's like, oh, that's how you win now, you know. So we all have to do videos on TikTok. And some of the other takeaways were emphasis on stakeholders and how you target your audiences. So I was very pleased that we were able to get so much done in such a short period of time, and it was a joy to work with you.
So I am going to speak also on behalf of my colleague Francesca Capanna. We are from ICR, and we took all the day of training of yesterday. So we spoke about many things, but fundamentally we share our experience in the earthquake management of cultural heritage. And so we started with the management of debris. And then I tried to explain two GIS important tools of our ministry that has been created in ICR, Risk Map for Cultural Heritage, and VIR that could be translated Cultural Heritage Online. And then we spoke also of how to manage the emergency and all the directive that has been applied after our last bad earthquake in central Italy that started in 2016. And then we spoke about how to manage the deposits where all the art objects arrive from emergency situation and zones. And then we also spoke about stabilization. My colleague told how it's important when there is not time enough and the art objects that arrive in the deposit are so many, the importance to also, if you cannot restore, at least to stabilize the problems that can have an art object. And then the importance of the last but not least, of the training, because our institute is also one of its main mission is the training, and we are also a school for restorers. So the importance of involve also in the emergency, but most of all on the prevention, also the students of our school. Of course, our tools for risk map and cultural heritage online are very important, should be used for prevention, monitoring and management of territory also in times of peace, but it's also normal that they are used more in the emergency when you need something for operating fast, and the database banks on the map are very useful for this task. And I want to say that the audience was very participative. They made a lot of questions and they made me happy because we could have a sort of debate for all the time of the lessons. And at the end, my colleague proposed a work, in particular asking to the audience what to do, imagining that two art objects would have arrived in an emergency situation. They actually were two real art objects found in the earthquake. and they had to say what to do for the stabilization of an art object of wood and a painting on canvas, and they participate with enthusiasm and competence. So I have to thank all of them because the exchange was mutual. I learned in this training, and this was very important also for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all the speakers. Of course, we should ask our beneficiaries, training beneficiaries, and please be open and frank to make your comment, and also focus on the ways that maybe you want to express also the interest for the other topic to be organized, the training for the future. So the floor is open for you now. Please ask the question, of course, to the trainers, and comment on the course which you have completed during the past 3 days. So, is there anyone to start? Before you start, I would like to ask our speakers, or can somebody pass out the headphones for the translation, because the questions will be in Georgian. Just a second, please. What? Okay. Okay, Teolina.
გამარჯობათ. კიდევ ერთხელ დიდი მადლობით უნდა დავიწყო. დიდი მადლობა ICOM საქართველოს ამ ბრწყინვალე ტრენინგის ორგანიზებისთვის და ესეთი შესაძლებლობისთვის, რომ მოგვეცა შესაძლებლობა ჩავხურყავით ამ ყველაფერში. დიდი მადლობა მოწვეულ სპეციალისტებს. ფასდაუდებელი გამოცდილება იყო თქვენთან ერთად გატარებული ეს 3 დღე. რაც შეეხება თემებს, კომპლექსური იყო, ამომწურავით შეიძლება ითქვას და სამომავლო მიმართულებასთან დაკავშირებით ვიტყოდი იმას, რომ მექნებოდა სურვილი მეტი პრაქტიკული აქტივობები გქონოდა, ანუ შემდეგ რაც დაიგეგმება, უფრო მეტად, უფრო ვრცლად და სიღრმისეულად პრაქტიკაში ამ ყველაფრის გატარება, მათ შორის ჩვენი სიმულაციური სწავლებები თუ რაც იქნება მოკლედ მონაწილეების, რომ სამომავლოდ კონკრეტულ კრიზისულ სიტუაციაში ვიყოთ მომზადებული. რაზეც ეს დღეები ზუსტად ამაზე არის საუბარი. დიდი მადლობა.
Thank you. Will anyone wants to comment to this, or we should move to the next? Okay. Eka, from the National Guard of Georgia. Yeah.
კიდევ ერთხელ მოგესალმებით. უღრმესი მადლობა მინდა გადაგიხადოთ ქალბატონო ლანამ. ამ კონფერენციაში, მეტად მნიშვნელოვან და საინტერესო კონფერენციაში ჩვენი მოწვევისთვის და ასევე ძალიან დიდი მადლობა მინდა გადაუხადო ქალბატონ თამარს, საქართველოს ლურჯფარს, რადგან სწორედ მათთან შეხვედრამ განაპირობა შემდეგი ჩვენი საქმიანობა ამ კუთხით. მადლობა თქვენ და მანანა თევზაძეს. და რა ვიცი, მინდა ვთქვა, რომ ძალიან ნაყოფიერი იყო ეს დღეები თქვენთან ერთად გატარებული. ასევე ნათლად დავინახეთ ის სირთულეები, რაც შეიარაღებულ კონფლიქტებს ახლავს, თუნდაც ჩვენი მეზობელი უკრაინის შემდეგ, რა ხდება დღემდე, გრძელდება ეს საშინელი ფაქტები და ნათლად დავინახეთ ასევე სამოქალაქო სამხედრო თანამშრომლობის აუცილებლობისა. და ვიმედოვნებთ, რომ შემდგომ დაიგეგმება ერთობლივი სწავლებები, ტრენინგები, ვორქშოპები და გავაღრმავებთ ჩვენს ურთიერთობას და ვიფიქრებთ, რომ სამომავლოს საგანგებო სიტუაციების რეაგირების რაღაც გეგმაში გაჩნდეს თავდაცვის ძალების ერთ-ერთი ადგილი, ასე რომ ვთქვათ.
დიახ, მადლობა. ნამდვილად ბოლოში ვაპირებდი, მაგრამ ეხაც მე დავამატებ ლურჯ ფარი საქართველოს ნამდვილად ძალიან დიდი მადლობა, იმიტომ რომ დაარსების დღიდან ისინი აქტიურად მუშაობენ და ისეთ მნიშვნელოვან კონკრეტულ პროექტებს წარმოადგენენ თამარიც, მანანათევზეზეც, ჩვენს სესიებზე და იქნება ამაზე საუბარი, მაგრამ რა თქმა უნდა, პირველ რიგში მადლობა მათ ასეთი საქმიანობისთვის დაუღალავი საქმიანობისთვის, ბევრი პრობლემები, ბევრი გამოწვევები არსებობს, როგორც ყველასთვის, აბსოლუტურად ჩვენ სფეროში, მაგრამ მაინც წინ მივდივართ რაღაცა თუნდაც რაღაცა ნაბიჯებით. მადლობა. კიდევ ვინმე სხვა არ სურს?
მოგესალმებით. დიდი მადლობა კონფერენციის და ტრენინგის ორგანიზატორებს, რომ მოგცა ეს უნიკალური შესაძლებლობა. მე მაგალითად ჩემი მხრიდან ძალიან ბევრი ინფორმაციით მივდივარ მუზეუმში. ჩვენ წარმოადგენთ აჭარის მუზეუმების გაერთიანების სხვადასხვა მუზეუმს, კონკრეტულად რელიგიის მუზეუმს წარმოადგენ. და ასევე მინდა ICOM-ის თანამშრომლებს ვაცნობო, რომ რელიგიის მუზეუმი, რომელიც ერთადერთია საქართველოში, თავისი ტოლერანტული ჭრილით და მულტიკულტურული დამოკიდებულებით, თუ რაიმე პროექტის სახით ან რაღაც ესეთი ჩართულობა იქნება, ჩვენ მოხარული ვიქნებით ამ პროექტში მონაწილეობის მიღებისთვის. სხვა დანარჩენზე, რაც შეეხება ტრენინგს, ძალიან ბევრი ინფორმაცია იყო გაჟღერებული, რომლებიც აუცილებლად არავინ არ ვართ დაზღვეული ყოველ შემთხვევაში იმ სიტუაციებიდან გამომდინარე, რაც იყო გაჟღერებული ტრენინგზე. ამიტომ უღრმესი მადლობა ამ ყველაფრისთვის. საერთაშორისო გამოცდილება ჩვენთვის ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია, იმ დებულებებით, იმ კანონებით, ICOM-ის კანონებით, რომლებიც გვესაუბრენ ტრენინგებზე, ეს ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ჩვენთვის და უღრმესი მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ ორგანიზატორებს.
ვინმე სხვა არ სურს?
მოგესალმებით, დიდი მადლობა საინტერესო სამდღიანი შეხვედრისთვის. ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი სწავლება და გამოცდილება იყო ჩვენთვის, მით უმეტეს რეგიონისთვის, სადაც ჯერ კიდევ გვაქვს სამწუხაროდ ოკუპირებული ტერიტორიები, დარჩენილი კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის ძეგლები. და ამასთანავე არ ყოფნის ის თუნდაც სამთავრობო დაინტერესება თუ არა სამთავრობო დაინტერესება, რომ ჩვენ ფლობდეთ მონიტორინგს იგივე ჩვენი კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის. საინტერესო იყო ბაზა იტალიის გამოცდილება, რომელიც გაგვიზიარეთ, თუნდაც რომ არსებობს აპლიკაცია ამ კუთხით. ასევე მთელი რიგი პროცესები, ბევრი გამოთქმა დამახსოვრდა, რაც უკავშირდება თუნდაც მნიშვნელოვანი სიის შედგენას, რომელი ნივთია ის, რომელიც ჩვენს მუზეუმს თან ასოცირდება პირველ რიგში და ბევრი ესეთი კითხვები დამრჩა, რომელზეც პასუხებს ვიპოვი. შემდეგი ტრენინგი ალბათ იქნება ჩემთვის საინტერესო, იმიტომ რომ დღეს გამოწვევა გახლავთ თქვათ სხვადასხვა ასაკობრივი ჯგუფების დაინტერესება მუზეუმებთან და რა მეთოდებია თქვათ სხვადასხვა ქვეყნებში ამ მხრივ თქვენ მუზეუმებში და როგორ ახერხებთ სხვადასხვა ასაკობრივი ჯგუფების დაინტერესებას, ჩართულობას, თუნდაც სოციმედიის მხრივ აი ამ კუთხით რომ გაგვიზიაროთ გამოცდილება.
არ ვიცი, მე უბრალოდ მინდა თამარმა გითხრას გამოცდილება ლურჯ ფარს საქართველოს ქონდა ძალიან კარგი გამოცდილება და ესეთი სასწავლო კურსები საზოგადოების ჩართულობაზე, კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის დაცვაში და თხოვ თამარს რომ ერთი ორი
ანუ კონკრეტულად
თქვენ გქონდათ მე როგორ რა თქმა უნდა მაქვს ინფორმაცია რომ მოსახლეობასთან სხვადასხვა ჯგუფებთან გქონდათ მათ შორის ახალგაზრდებთან რა თქმა უნდა ასაკობრივ ჯგუფებთან მუშაობა და მათ აცნობდით ზოგადად კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის მნიშვნელობას და დაცვის მექანიზმებს რაც უშუალოდ მოსახლეობის მხრიდან და ახალგაზრდების მხრიდან იქნებოდა ჩართული.
კი ბატონო, ჩვენ არასამთავრობო ორგანიზაცია ვართ, მაგრამ თანამშრომლობთ სხვადასხვა მუზეუმებთან და ამ მიმართულებით ქონდა ჩვენს ეს კითხვები, თუ რანაირად უნდა დაინტერესოს ადამიანები, განსაკუთრებით როდესაც ძირითადად არამატერიალურ მემკვიდრეობასთან მუშაობდით და როგორ უნდა დაეხმაროთ, თქვათ, უფროსთაობამ, რაც იცის, შეიძლება მომცროს სხვა აინტერესებს და როგორ უნდა რა როლით შეგიძლიათ, თქვათ, მუზეუმი ჩაერთოს ამ პროცესში, რომ ყველასთვის საინტერესო გახდეს. და ყველაზე მნიშვნელოვანი ალბათ იყო ის, რომ შენ თვითონ და მიხვიდე ალბათ იმასთან, ვისი ყურადღებაც გინდა, იმიტომ რომ მუზეუმისთვის ძალიან რთულია, რომ ესე მოიზიდოს ვიღაც და გქონდა ამის გამოცდილება, რომ ჩვენ თვითონ ვეძებდით და მივდიოდით ამ ახალგაზრდებთან, ვისთვისაც ეს თემები შედარებით უცხოა და ვცდილობდით, რომ მათთვის უფრო საინტერესო გაგვეხადა და შემდგომ უკვე რამდენიმე ასეთი მცდელობის შემდეგ ეს ადამიანი უკვე დაკავშირებული არის რაღაც მუზეუმთან ამ პროგრამასთან და თავისთვის უჩნდება ეს ინტერესი და რაღაცა ქსელის ნაწილიც ხდება. და ჩვენი გამოცდილებით ეგ ამართლებს და ყოველთვის ახალგაზრდას ყოველთვის შეიძლება ახალგაზრდას დაინტერესება და უბრალოდ აუცილებელია რომ ცადოთ და არ ვთქვათ რომ არ აინტერესებს და ყოველთვის შეიძლება გვეგონოს რომ არ იყოს ეს ისეთი მარტივი, მაგრამ რაღაც დაგეგმილი ნაბიჯებით შესაძლებელი ხდება.
ვინმე ხომ არ სურს აი კონკრეტულად ამ მიმართულებით კომენტარის გაკეთება, რაც ამ წუთას ჩვენმა მონაწილემ ასე ვთქვათ გააზიარა ინფორმაცია სხვადასხვა ასაკობრივი ჯგუფების ჩართვაზე კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის დაცვაში, ხო? ანუ საუბარია იმაზე, რომ კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის მნიშვნელობა გავაცნოთ სხვადასხვა ასაკობრივ ჯგუფს, რათა მათ იგრძნონ თავიანთი ვალდებულებები და ასე ვთქვათ პასუხისგებლობა. ამაზეა საუბარი?
ჩართულობა, თუნდაც აი დამთვალიერებელი ვთქვათ მარტო აი რა სერვისები აქვს მუზეუმს ან დამატებითი გამოცდილება ამ პროექტები, რომ თანაბარი ხელმისაწვდომი იყოს ყველა ასაკობრივი ჯგუფისთვის. არა მარტო კულტურული მემკვიდრეობა, აი მუზეუმი.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We have a bit of delay the translation. Okay. I was thinking one of the things that we can do and that has been done in Italy is to do the training in university. So people can squeeze the nose around and say, what's going on, and this is the target, like people from 19 to 24 years old, more or less. Another thing that was already before Deborah was saying, hey, we have to start to use TikTok. That's the thing, yeah. We have to, if we want to reach different targets, we need to talk their language and reach them. That's how I don't have social media, which I know it's very hard for me, but if I want to communicate with the young generation, TikTok is the massive now. So for sure, this is what I can share.
Sure, Deborah, please.
Yeah, I agree. I think, and also, you need a young person to do it. You need to hire young people to do the videos on TikTok, by the way. Most of us can't do it, right? So it's worthwhile. And so you bring them into it. That's the idea. And I know in Medellin, Colombia, there's a museum called Parque Explora. And the young in the community actually are the ones who produce the videos. They're the ones who put it to promote the museum. So bring them in on the process. Don't do it for them. Help make them the communicators, as well. And I think in terms of, I had some remote meetings with the internally displaced museums here, and we had talked about a couple of things. And I think one project we had talked about for the young people in the region was to develop some tours of the local cultural heritage, because there was concern that they didn't, because their villages were decimated, that they wanted to take them around the area. So I didn't know if any progress had been made on taking the young people on some tours of cultural heritage sites in the region. So that was one idea that had come up. And then the other idea that's been very successful in other places has been developing coloring books of heritage sites and heritage objects. And there are companies that will provide free crayons, and you can have local artists do the coloring book outlines. And it's great to have that and give it out to the children. So there's so many different ways you can reach different age groups.
Yes, I think that all the educational training mainly in the primary schools are more interesting, and not only to face the heritage of museums, but to face all the matters regarding heritage, all inside and outside the museums. And so the educational means now are much evolved, and so if the education about heritage is introduced in the schools, we'll hope to have a much more educated generation for the future. How is going in Georgia about the education in the schools with the museums?
Well, what? Yeah, sure.
In the primary,
we hope. კიდევ ვინმე ხომ არ სურს კომენტარის გაკეთება, რა თქმა უნდა, დარბაზიდანაც არა მხოლოდ მონაწილეებს მიმართავ, ყველას შეუძლიათ კითხვებით დაგვისვას ამ ტრენინგთან დაკავშირებით.
სამუზეუმო განათლებასთან დაკავშირებით მუზეუმი, რომელშიც მე მუშაობდი, ძალიან აქტიურად და ზუსტად ვიცი, რომ საქართველოში თითქმის ყველა სხვა მუზეუმის ჩართულია და ძალიან აქტიურად მუშაობენ საგანმანათლებლო პროგრამების კუთხით. ჩვენ შემთხვევაში, ახალგაზრდა ქალაქია, რომელსაც ძალიან დიდი ისტორია აქვს, მაგრამ მე-20 საუკუნეში დაარსებული ქალაქია და რატომღაც უმეტესობას გონია, რომ ეს არის მე-20 საუკუნის ქალაქი და არავინ არ იცის წინა ისტორია, რომ მე-4 საუკუნიდან უკვე ქალაქი იყო იქ. აი ჩვენი მუზეუმი ძალიან აქტიურად ეწევა მოკლედ ამ თემატიკის გაცნობას, საზოგადოებისთვის პოპულარიზაციას და ქალაქის ახალგაზრდობამ, ახალგაზრდა თაობამ, მასებზე არ მაქვს საუბარი, ანუ ზუსტად აი ამ სასკოლო ასაკის ახალგაზრდებმა ძალიან კარგად იციან თავიანთი ქალაქის ისტორია და რეალურად ეს ჩემი გამოცდილებით ზუსტად ვიცი, რომ მუშაობს ეს პროგრამა თუ პროექტი რეალურად საქმე, რომელიც ჩაფიქრებული იყო გასაკეთებლად აი ამ საგანმანათლებლო პროგრამების მეშვეობით, წარმატებით განხორციელდა და ხორციელდება.
მოგესალმებით, ვალია ბეჭვაია სახელობის მხარეთმცოდნეობის მუზეუმის სახელით და მე მინდა კომენტარი გავაკეთო განათლების მიმართულებაზე. ჩვენი მუზეუმი 60-იანი წლებიდან ბოლო რამდენიმე წლებამდე არსებობდა სკოლის სივრცეში და 1960-იანი წლებიდანვე ვალია ბეჭვაია თვითონ იყო ინიციატორი, რომ ინტეგრირებული გაკვეთილები ჩატარებულიყო და მუზეუმში ჩატარებულიყო. და რადგან მხარეთმცოდნეობის არის ჩვენი მუზეუმი, აქ შესაძლებლობა იყო ქიმიის გაკვეთილი, ისტორიის, ეთნოგრაფიიდან გამომდინარე ქართულის გაკვეთილი და ასევე შესაძლებელი იყო ხატვის გაკვეთილების ჩატარება და სხვადასხვა გაკვეთილები ჩატარებულა 60-იანი წლებიდან და გაგრძელებულა იმ დროს, როდესაც უკვე მე ხელმძღვანელობ მუზეუმს და ეს ჩართულობა ბავშვების სკოლის და ბაღის ბავშვებიც კი მოგვიყვანია და დაინტერესებულან ისინი ძალიან მარტივად ხდება, როდესაც სკოლა და მუზეუმი არის ახლოს. მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ.
დიახ. კიდევ ვინმე ხომ არ სურს. რა თქმა უნდა, ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი თემები იყო განხილული, რაც ეხებოდა, ვთქვათ, იგივე საგანგებო სიტუაციებში მზადყოფნას, რისკების შეფასებას, სარესტავრაციო და ევაკუაციის მეთოდებს და ასე შემდეგ. რა თქმა უნდა, კომუნიკაციას, ასევე პირველად დახმარებას ადამიანებისთვის კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის დაცვის დროს. თემები, რა თქმა უნდა, მოუწრავია და სამწუხაროდ აქტუალური რჩება, რომელზეც ფიქრობ, რომ მომავალშიც არაერთი სასწავლო კურსი განხორციელდება. რა თქმა უნდა, ეს არ გახდათ პირველი, რაც ICOM საქართველოს ეგიდით განხორციელდა. მანამდე წინა წლებშიც რამდენიმე მათგანი იყო, მათ შორის ლურჯ-პართან ერთად ძალიან წარმატებული და ვფიქრობთ, რომ გაგრძელდება, იმიტომ რომ მდინარე გამოწვევა გვიდგას და თემა ამოუწურავია. რა თქმა უნდა, ტრენინგი შეფასდება, ჩვენ ანგარიშსაც მოვამზადებთ ამ ყველაფრის თაობაზე და ისევ აი ამ სიტუაციური და ესე ვთქვათ, აი ამ ანგარიშის საფუძველზე შედგება ალბათ სავარაუდოდ შემდეგი ნაბიჯებიც ისევ და ისევ პარტნიორ ინსტიტუციებთან ერთად. აქ მნიშვნელობაზე იყო საუბარი კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის ცნების გააზრებაზე სხვადასხვა ასაკობრივი ჯგუფისთვის და რა თქმა უნდა ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია და ჩვენ ხშირად ვაწყდებით ხოლმე ამ პრობლემას, რაღაცა ესეთი ჩვენი საერთო მემკვიდრეობის გაცნობიერებაზე და არა ვთქვათ ვიღაცის მემკვიდრეობა, იმიტომ რომ ეს არის სოფლიო მემკვიდრეობის ნაწილი და აი ზუსტად აი ამ ტერმინის და ცნების და ვთქვათ კონცეფციის გააზრებით ნამდვილად შევძლებთ რომ დავიცვათ და რა თქმა უნდა მექანიზმების ჩართულობით დავიცვათ ჩვენი კულტურული მემკვიდრეობა. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა მინდა თითოეულ სპიკერს გადაუხადო მათი ჩართულობისთვის, მადლობა თითოეულ მონაწილეს და თუ ვინმეს არ აქვს რაიმე კომენტარი, მაშინ გადავალ ბოლო, ესე ვთქვათ, სასიამოვნო და მნიშვნელოვან ნაწილზე. ჩვენ უნდა გადავცეთ სერტიფიკატები ჩვენს მონაწილეებს. ჩვენმა ფოტოგრაფებმა გთხოვეს, რომ ეს ყველაფერი ესე ლამაზად რომ დაფიქსირდეს, აი წინ გავაკეთოთ ეს ყველაფერი და ეხა ისინი რაღაც გარკვეულ გადაადგილებას გააკეთებენ აქ, რომ ვიზუალური მასალა აისახოს კარგად. სულ 2 წუთით დაგაყოვნებთ ამისთვის. I would like to ask all the speakers just come to the in front of the stage. We are too many, so someone has to hand the certificates. Oh, yeah. Yes. Sure. Sure. Cecily Sordia, I think she is not here, right? Okay. Okay. Grigol Danelia, the National Guard of Georgia. And when we hand, just please take that here. Capture that. Angela Yebra Praina, if I say it correctly, she is not here. Okay. Emzar Kakhidze, the Achara Museum Union. Yeah. We should move slowly. Marina Gonashvili, State Silk Museum. Tamtak Zelishvili, Art Palace, Georgia. Ekaterina Tatuashvili, National Guard of Georgia. Tengiz Dolidze, he left already. He is from Ajara Regional Museum. And now we move to the next, Lela Kotsiridze, the Tbilisi Museums Union. We have two Tamar Dvalishvili with the same name and surname. Yes. Yes, same name. Yes. Tamar Dvalishvili, Tbilisi Museums Union. In particular, Dolls and Puppet Museum. Am I right, curator? Okay. Dolls and Toys, sorry. Okay, congratulations. Nutsa Johadze, is she here? I don't think so. Nino Barbakadze, Tbilisi Museums Union. Madlova, congratulations. Teolina Julakidze, Blue Shield, Georgia. And I should say something. The banner, where is our banner? It's here. On the banner, on the background, you see Teolina. She is a former, well, it is one of our training when we had together with Corinne, Smithsonian Institution, and together with Blue Shield. So Teolina is on our background in the blurring, working within the training. Thank you. Guranda Dolidze, Ajara Museums Union. In particular, the Museum of Religion. Yeah, from Ajara Museum. Tamta Chitanava Valia Bechvaya Museum from the West Georgia. Isabel San Pedro. You should say your regalia. Sorry, she is from Spain. Congratulations. Just say, please.
I work for the Ministry of Culture in Spain.
Thank you. Congratulations. Oh, Manana Vahania, Felici Union Museum. Nina Kopelashvili, Georgia National Museum, in particular the Ethnography Museum named after Georgi Chitaya. Vaja Mamiashvili, Georgia National Museum, the History Museum of Georgia. Yeah. Okay. Zurab Varshanidze, Ajara Museums Union. Tamar Sikharulidze, Felici Museums Union. And second, Tamar Dvalishvili from Felici Museums Union. Okay. Okay, we are done. Now we ask all the participants come here, and we will just keep your more 2 minutes. Oh, I'm addressing to the audience. So please come here for the group photo. Yes, and then we will continue with the session, next session. Okay. Thank you very much to everyone, the participant of this session. Now we have just 2-3 minutes to arrange the next session. I would like to ask all of you to stay in the room, and we will continue with the next interesting session, which is moderated by Alexandre Chevalier, ICOM Belgium Vice Chair. Sorry, it was my mistake. I forgot about coffee. Sorry. Sorry. Maybe I was too strict. Okay, apologize. We have 15 minutes for the coffee break. Please be back in 15 minutes here.
Hello, good afternoon. I would like to invite the speakers of this session to join me on the stage. So please, Alessia. There is also Valeria Suricianu, and then Marana Tevdajde, please. So that's the last session of the day, so I hope you had a good cup of coffee to wake you up a little bit. We will have a session on the challenges and complexities in heritage protection. We have heard already during these last 3 days of training how difficult it may be to plan, to build up an emergency plan, to effectively safeguard the heritage when the crisis is present, and then to document the damages made to the heritage after the crisis, as we could see and we will see the upcoming days. There are 2 questions basically to ask, and these questions will be answered through the different communication. So how is it possible to save this heritage? Is it even possible to save it at all when it's a war zone, when the conflict is on? Usually it's very difficult, if not impossible, to do it. And the second question, it has been mentioned several times, but I think it's quite central to any emergency plan, and also when having to evacuate the heritage, is prioritization. What kind of heritage do we have to evacuate first or save first? It has been said that saving everything is saving nothing. It is true, because we don't know exactly what to save, in which order, and what would be important. So the importance, again, to have plan prepared well in advance. And of course, these choices are made according to very specific political, social, economical decisions. But we don't have to forget that these decisions are completely embedded in the time they are taken. So it's because afterwards it's very easy to criticize. So why did they save that and not that? Well, because that was the best decision at that moment they took. And it's important that the decisions are not made based on logistical or infrastructure constraints. So it has to be a very clear mindset for this decision. I would like to call on now our first speaker, and it's her co-author, I would say. So it's Manana Tevzadze, Salome Meladje, Badri Gasparov, and Amma Cunliffe. So the presenter is Manana Tevzadze, if I'm correct. And Manana is an advocate for disaster risk preparation. She has led internationally funded projects and trainings on heritage preservation during crisis, working with organizations like the EU, UNESCO, ICOM, and the World Bank. She's currently assistant professor at Ilias State University and serves in several heritage boards. I don't know how you do it, but well, that's ICOM Georgia, Blue Shield Georgia, and secretary of ICOM's Georgia. That's a huge work in addition to your work at the university. So she will present the following communication, investigating the damage to cultural heritage in Georgia's occupied Tsinghri Valley region in light of the 1954 Hague Convention. Mina, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Oh, that would be helpful. Okay. მოგესალმებით, ყოველ სიტყვით ქართულად. ჩავთვალე, რომ რახან ეს მოხსენება უნდა ყოფილიყო ჩემი და გაუტონ კანლიფის ერთობლივად, და ალბათ ინგლისურენოვანი აუდიტორია ყავს ამ მოხსენებას და სამწუხაროდ ის ვერ შემოგვიერთდა. მე გავწყვეტ, რომ ინგლისურად ვისაუბრებ, ასე რომ Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. It's really a privilege to be speaking here. And as announced, our topic today is to present you with some of the findings of our report on investigating the damage to cultural heritage protection, to cultural heritage in the occupied Țhinvali region, and doing this in light of the respective international humanitarian law. And so before I start, I'd like to talk briefly about the team that I'm representing. So today I'm presenting, as I said, this report, which is a collaborative work between 3 organizations. So it was the Georgian National Committee of the Blue Shield, the Didi Valley State Museum Reserve, and the UNESCO Chair for Cultural Property Protection and Peace at the University of Newcastle. So we were 4 authors and many wonderful research assistants. And yes, so I'm the only one today here. So just a bit of background. Yes, and of course the funding for this report came from the Research Council. So before I start, it's very important to understand the context in which we wanted to research this topic. So it was some years after the wars, the 2 wars, and no such research had been undertaken before us. So we really wanted to examine and document not just what got damaged, but also to analyze it and also analyze it in light of the international humanitarian law, and in particularly the Hague Convention that we are celebrating with this conference. Its 70th anniversary, and it's 2 protocols, but also the Geneva Conventions and its additional protocols. Yeah, the context of the war. Yes, it's important to understand also the context of the war because of the area that we were examining. It is back when we started this, as I said, it was some years after the 2008 war, but of course we should also consider that the conflict happened on this territory back also in the 1990s, and then again the Russia-Georgia War of 2008. And at that time, there were several reports from the humanitarian organizations that have touched upon the heritage damage, the consequences of the war, but no report had been made that dealt with heritage damage at all. Yes, as I said, so this map shows the 2 territories and the 2 episodes of armed conflict back in the early 1990s in Abkhazia and the area that I'm talking about, historical name Samachablo, and we call it, it's also administrative Shidakartli, but we call it now as the Țhinvali region. Yes. And our aim, of course, was not just, as I said, to document and analyze, but of course to make this case more widely known, because there is not much that has been written about this, and especially in the academic field, when people research this various cases of implementation of the Hague Convention, you always come up with see various cases from back to the Balkan Wars, and this case was not known so much. Yes, so of course another aim was to review what has been done also by the respective national and international agencies, and at the end to give some recommendations to the state and how these international instruments can be better applied for this case. Yes, and now quickly about the methodology. So we used a lot of different sources because, of course, you cannot, we should note that these areas are not accessible, neither by Georgia's nor international organizations, so we had to rely on open sources as well as some eyewitness reports, and also some of the, and we heavily relied also on the use of satellite imagery, the multi-temporal images. And of course, the published reports of various humanitarian and local and international organizations. And all of this data then, apart from the report, comes together in this online website, web portal, where we have mapped all of our findings, and yeah, it's available as an online portal and web-based map. Yes, so this is the map of showing all the points that we assessed, all the locations. In total, 737 sites were assessed. And these were a combination of sites that were identified by the Ministry of Culture and the national agency. And we used the points, but of course there were a lot of them we could not identify anymore. And as I mentioned, there are some areas that have not been accessible by Georgian professionals. So since the early 90s, so it was also hard to identify those sites on the satellite imagery because they're so overgrown and neglected for several decades. So of these 737, we could not locate 413, and so just 36, just to give a few numbers, just 36 of these 737 sites were in good condition. Yeah, and while one of 5 sites for which information is available are destroyed. Although this includes some of the sites that were already in the ruinous conditions. So, yeah, we identified, yeah, this just shows what type of heritage there is. So mainly these were religious sites, so churches, but as well a large amount of fortresses, fortifications, towers, also museums, palaces, and others. Mm-hmm. And here is a summary of some of the damage categories that we came up or we found. And with these categories also you can search this website, this web-based map that I mentioned, and see what exactly got damaged during the war, after the war, and what type of damage this was. So I will try to briefly go through each category before I summarize. There is one category where we try to highlight the horrible damage to the ethnic Georgian villages. These were 17 villages that were completely, that were shelled immediately after the fighting in 2008. And monitoring missions, as I said, such as like the World Human Rights Watch and others, they reported that Russian, and I quote, Russian, South Ossetian and Russian forces sought to ethnically cleanse the villages along what is now the administrative boundary line with Georgia. So yes, they did mention that these villages were destroyed and everyone that was Georgian living there had to flee, but there was no kind of focus on them being heritage villages. So, so as I said, we assessed 17 villages, out of which 11 of them were completely bulldozed and cleared. This is just one example, and you can see on the multitemporal images the village of Tamarasheni, which is adjacent to Trinvali, the administrative center of Trinvali region. That it's a historical village that was completely burnt down, and then in the later years you can see it was cleared. And usually when this happened, they cleared the area for new construction. And as you can see here, a new apartment blocks and whole quarters, living quarters have been built there. But there are other cases where there is a landfill or a military facility, and this I should stress now as another category. So around what we could assess, it was about 100 sites that are either 500 to 1 kilometer away from the newly built military infrastructure. So this is usually garrisons, just storage areas and training grounds and so on. And of course this creates also a lot of new threat in case these places become a target again, the existing structural instability of the sites that remain. Yes, I should note that there are churches that still remain in those villages that were completely cleared. So there are fortresses here. You can see on this satellite image a few sites that are very, very close to this new military facility. So of course, this existing structural instability, exacerbated by the vibrations from the movement of heavy vehicles and ordnance explosions, poses new threat should they become a target. But we have also eyewitness reports that say that there are regular trainings going on there, which is, of course, a threat. Yeah. So now to go on to some of the other types of damage. There were 13 sites that were damaged during and after hostilities. 10 sites were destroyed. And then there is a huge category of neglect. So we have, yeah, these are some of the destroyed churches. Yes, this is neglect. So approximately 1 in 4 of the fortifications and churches and religious buildings that located and assessed by us were damaged from neglect and lack of maintenance. As I mentioned, these are a lot of ruinous sites that have been without proper care or maintenance for many decades. So as I also mentioned, we couldn't sometimes even locate some of them. So 587 sites were in poor condition. So we also categorized them in conditions, either destroyed, ruined, or unknown. Another big, damage category that we assessed was this damage as a result of unauthorized works. So as I said, a lot, not so much got damaged, not as much got damaged during the war as afterwards. So these are some sites that the occupation regime tries to, in their words, restore. But you can tell that there are ruined churches that have been restored in parentheses, with the use of non-traditional and inappropriate material, mostly using cement, and also, I don't know, some tiles, completely changing the outlook. And there are cases also when the church then, when it's restored, in their view, is resembling now the Russian Orthodox Church rather than the Georgian Orthodox Church, which has its own outlook and characteristic. So, for example, in this case, the existing Templon was painted, was also replaced and painted. And there are cases also, this comes from the open sources, the social media, and most of the pictures as well. But of course, we have to verify through various sources that say that then they call for experts from Russia to come and help, because, of course, obviously, but not obviously, but as we can tell, they lack expertise in this. Now I turn to museums. Yeah, that's just another. And museums also had similar fate. There were some museums that were damaged during hostilities, but then also cleared after when these villages were cleared. There is a tendency to also change the names and the whole narrative. For example, this local history museum in Srinvali has been rebuilt and is now called the so-called State Museum of South Ossetia, talking about a whole new narrative and history. Of course, yeah, this is another museum that's been cleared on your right hand. And intangible heritage, likewise, it is also similar to tangible heritage. It is facing preservation challenges due to the lack of access, displacement, and access to the sites, to the resources. For example, this pottery or other village festivals and so on. Now I quickly touch upon some of the responses from the state and from the international organizations. So the Georgian state has been trying to ask for an international monitoring mission for many years, but this hasn't happened. Only once, back in 1997, only in Abkhazia, but not in this region. And yes, there are many interagency organizations and councils, but I don't know, this has not led to anything so far. Nonetheless, we had our partner countries as well as the international organizations that we're part of, like the Council of Europe, but also the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, for example, stating, and I quote their statement from 2022, fundamental freedoms and human rights, various forms of discrimination against ethnic Georgians, and the obliteration and alteration of Georgian features from Georgian cultural heritage monuments in both regions as a direct consequence of the Russian Federation's ongoing occupation and Russification policy. So, luckily, there are some statements that mention the state of heritage in the occupied territories. But now, to briefly summarize and also touch what's most important regarding the use of international instruments, I should say that. Yes, every instrument. Now, I forgot to mention in the beginning that everything applied to this conflict. For example, the Hague Convention, both of the countries are party of, although also the Geneva Conventions, and there are also customary laws that are anyway applied. But in this case, given the background that was described, also in this report and briefly by me, and on the backdrop of continued cultural destruction that we witness in Ukraine at the moment and by Russia, there is little evidence of Russian intent to comply with the international law, and unfortunately the implementation of such instruments depends on the will and also on the will of the signatory states. And the fact that there is no UN presence in the region and that Russia is not formally recognized by the UN, that's UNESCO Convention as an occupying power, is a huge problem in us seeking to implement the various provisions of the Hague Convention for this case. So to summarize the damage to, yes. I skip these recommendations because I'm out of time, as I understand, and also these are mainly for towards the Georgian state, how they can better implement this instruments. But just to summarize in a few words, the damage to cultural heritage in Țhinvali region, as we saw, is significant and comes from various sources. And as we saw, the damage occurred not only during the periods of hostilities, but has continued beyond and is still continuing today. Factors include illegal interventions, and I forgot also to touch upon the illicit trafficking issue, which is a big, big issue, and I call on our ICOM colleagues to take the lead on that, and there is so much we need to do in that respect, and I hope with the international support we can at least start with the ICOM red list and so on, but of course we can discuss this further at the concluding discussion. So construction of military facilities and the new infrastructure in close proximity to the sites and the general neglect, these are all the different sources of damage, and they pose serious risk to the preservation of cultural heritage in the region. So I stop here, but I hope we can engage in more discussion, and I thank my collaborators and you for your attention.
Thank you, Mana. We do have 2-3 minutes, I think, for each communication. If you have very specific questions to the speaker, we have plenty of time. I'm seeing Lana. No, we do have. I'm taking care of the time because you seem to be in some sort of a deadlock situation. So you can document the damages, but you cannot act against the occupying force or country because you need the agreement of all the parties, etc. So how do you look the future for it at some point? So it's very nice to have documented, but what are the next steps? Does Georgia want to bring Georgia to the International Criminal Court for not respecting the signature of the Hague Convention, for instance?
Yes, so at the end we offer many recommendations, and as you said, some are very specific to the various provisions of the Hague Convention, such as appointing a Commissioner General, appointing this list of experts and so on. Especially under the second protocol, there are quite a few provisions that could work, but then again, this needs agreement from all the parties to the conflict, and of course this could lead towards deadlock, as you rightly pointed. But I believe, nonetheless, and we have been after this report was published and public, we then again met our representatives of the state, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the various departments there, and discussed that it still makes sense to start the discussion and take these steps, because then that is already a statement when you are asking UNESCO and when you are offering such steps towards implementation of these provisions. Yes, somewhere it will be blocked, as many resolutions have been blocked by Russia in the Security Council, but there is still forum, I think, in which our foreign affairs officials could work with, but I don't know how.
And what about the sites? Did you know before assessing the damages where to look at, because you had a previous inventory of the cultural heritage, or you built that list afterward, asking people what do you think it's worth or was worth in that region to look at?
Of course, we had the list. I mentioned that we used the list, and in some instances also the points on the map, because there is the national agency that under the Ministry of Culture that maintains such a list. But then again, they were not, we could not locate some of them easily. Some, yes, but
But
because
did the ministry has add the whole list, the list of for all sites, or you added more sites, you know, based on the first initial Ministry of Culture inventory?
We added information on their condition because that was definitely outdated. But we didn't add new points, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
But I should note that it's not the 1990s that's the threshold, but even the last documentation and inventory works in that region were done as early as 60s and 70s. So it's really a big time. So when you look in the inventory cards, there is a condition described that's most likely is not the same. So, and even location, you know, before GPS and everything, it's hard to then locate all of these sites. So that was a tremendous job also.
Any question from the room? If no, we can take questions then after during the general discussions. Well, thank you very much again, Mana. I will call on now to Alessia to join me on the microphone. She will present a communication on cross-border collaboration and innovation, addressing the complexities of cultural heritage preservation and crisis setting. And Alessia is a long-standing you are, no? Person working to safeguard cultural heritage. She has participated in several emergency recovery efforts, such as, for instance, the Emilia-Romagna and Central Italy earthquake in the beginning of in the 2010s, was it? 12, right. So she worked also, she completed training with UNESCO and ICOM on disaster risk management. And she currently works as a leader of the working group on ICOM Italy working group.
Not leader, but part of the group.
Oh, part of the group of the preventive conservation and disaster risk. Emergency for cultural heritage, sorry, at ICOM Italy. So, microphone is yours.
The same, I will see. Yeah, you can hear me very well, right? I think, yes. So I have to say that what I liked a lot about the training, there was also different colleagues that we have shared the lectures, and we have actually discussed more or less the same topic, but in a different way. And so I'm going to address this lecture following what was presented, you know, in a very detail. I will use like a panorama, you know, a zoom out. And the main focus on my presentation is going to be this cross-border complexity. It's really like a thing that I think we need to focus a bit more. And exactly for preserving, because I think that every one of us has his own path, own action that we do. Okay. I will start. This is my first time in Georgia, and I've been touched. I've been touched, first of all, from the way that you say good morning and good day. This is, I learned, Dila Mishvidobisa, or Sagamo Mishvidobisa. And actually, Mishvidobisa means peace. So actually, they are wishing you peace. Have a good day full of peace, if I may translate like this. Or have a good afternoon with full of peace. And I've been touched by this word that I will read because I think they're very important for our focus, because I think the overall focus of us is to bring peace where we are. So Georgian, crucified for its own belief, respect the belief of others. Therefore, there's not an example of Georgians ever wanting to oppress and persecute other religions. Armenians, Jewish, Muslim living amongst us could never accuse us in persecution. In turn, those who were persecuting
for their fate in other countries, they found the peace and freedom of conscience here among us. And I think it's very beautiful. It was really touching, and it was a thing that I wanted to add here, because I think we are here for overall for a peace, for a very standing peace. And thank you very much for sharing with me this your beautiful language, and brought me to the Ilya Chavchavadze museum to discover this. Yeah, when we're talking about complexity, we use this word all the time, all the time, all the time. What is complexity, actually? Okay. The complexity, when I started to study complexity, I realized that it was really like a new way, a new vision. I had like a binocular on top of my glasses. I had a binoculars that I could zoom in and zoom out and try to understand better how actually the systems work. So how actually system works, you know? We have to do a step back. This is the complex system, it's part of a systems, okay? And we have non-linear system and linear system. The linear system is divided in simple and complicated. Simple is I switch on the light, I switch off the light. I do an action, and there is a response, and it's always the same. Very good example. The complicated actually is, you know, I put two examples. Is the I didn't put. Tell me when it's going. Huh? The complicated actually is. Because otherwise I lose time. Great. So complicated is a car or a watch. There is a clear rule how you have to mount. There are people who know exactly how to mount a car. If the car doesn't work, it means that when you assemble the pieces, something went wrong. So you can disassemble and reassemble, and it will work. Okay? It's like IKEA mounting and so on. It works really. Non-linear system at this, where actually we are, you know, we are not, as a human, we are not linear. Non-linear system can be chaotic or complex. The chaotic one are actually, you know, for example, in our case, after an emergency, after a disaster, it's a chaos, okay? Because we lose our rule of society, you know, how things go, and we are in the middle of, usually it's last, according to the civil protection system and so on, it lasts 72 hours. You know, this is 3 days of a bit of chaos that slowly, then we got back in our food, and or there was regulation and so on. By the time, but complexity, no, what is a complex system? I'm going to read it to make it clear. It's a network, first of all. I don't know, this morning someone said that ICOM, there are no borders, healthcare. I will repeat it here. Museums have no borders, they have a network, so we are. It's a network of interconnected components. Everyone is a component, where individual actions and interaction produce unpredictable, emergent behaviors. Examples are included are ecosystems, economies, and social systems. We are complex. Now that all the conference that has been done, it was a complex system that a lot of people, a lot of interaction were ongoing, and through the network, they have created what we are now using, we are not having. These systems are adaptive, like we are, dynamic, non-linear, and that's meaning that small changes can have a significant impact, making prediction and control very challenging, but they are fostering resilience and innovation. Okay? This is the main focus. So when we study complexity, we realize that the people around can make a difference. Every little step can become something different. I imagine when you start to say, no, we will do the conference, Lana, when you said, oh, yes, we will do a conference. This was your action, and then started with collecting with other people, you know, and put together with Juliana and so on, together to have interaction, connection, and to make the conference. So these are a little bit of, if we get inside the complexity, there are studies, and these are what we are called the patterns. No? There are elements inside the complexity. There is a tipping point, the auto-organization. All of these systems, they have these patterns. Amongst these patterns, there is this emergency, I will start already to start. The emergency, we think it's a bad thing, but actually, it's the emergency, something happened more, something new happening. And I also highlighted the uncertainty, because in complex system, like we are, there is the uncertainty, okay? Today, with the climate crisis, we are more and more faces this uncertainty. And we need to start to face this uncertainty and to embrace it, because in order to accept it and to face it little by little, step by step, what we can do as better. Yes. So, from this uncertainty, I want to talk about conflict. Because one of the other things that is inside the complexity system is the presence of the opposite, okay, the paradox. When we think about conflict, usually we think about something negative, okay? But if we see from the origin of the word actually comes from the Latin conflictum, that it means it's based on two words. It's con and fligere. Con is a prefix, means together, coming together, okay, together. Fligere means to strike or to dash. In the Latin roots, conflictus described a clash or a striking together, but it has no a struggle or a combat. It was a neutral, no? Because you could have also a physical collision, or between forces, different forces, or opposing ideas or principles. And that's where I want to focus. Conflict is also a meeting of opposite ideas or principles. This has also, which means a positive and a negative meaning, depending on the context that you are together, okay? And this brings to this, the Friedrich-Lars model of conflict escalation, okay? If we, does this work? Yes. So when we discuss, like now, we are discussing, and we have different opinions and so on. We are in this phase. Of course, these are 9 steps. Every step we go in detail. We could go in details. I'll just focus on the divided in 3. No? When we are in this phase, we start to have attention because we have not the same idea, but we are still growing, because I'm sharing with you my idea. You are making questions. You are telling me different things. So I elaborate and said, but because there is reason and so on. And so we are in this win-win phase. Then when we move to the second phase, it means something is happening, I do not listen to you anymore. I think that I am more right than you. And we are in this win-lose phase where actually, when I'm debating with someone, I want to overcome the other. I want to have the right, okay? So this is the win-lose phase. The problem is that we can easily go in the lose-lose phase. It's very clear, when we are in war, we are in this phase, okay? This is very clear. And it's a lose-lose phase. Everyone is losing this phase, no doubt. What is pushing to stay in this phase is that you want the other to lose like a little bit more than you. But you are also losing, Everyone is losing in this phase. And this, to me, is very important. Have a look. Unfortunately, as you can see, the glass model, it's very clear, it's a scale, no? And it's very easy to go down to the stairs, no? So when you take the stairs, it's very easy to go down, very difficult to come up, okay? Very difficult, okay? There are, of course, mediation. You can also think not only on conflict, you can have with your wife, you can reach here and you get divorced, very clearly. You have a kids, they start to fight each other, and you don't never know who's the first to start, So, sorry. So, what about us as heritage, as a cultural heritage professional, okay? We have discussed a lot what is our role, how we can improve the situation, what is our role. The presentation before had a lot about dissonant heritage. Dissonant heritage is it's a site, a cultural heritage object, which actually it has a meaning conflict inside, okay? Before was used for something, then someone took it and used differently, or it has changed, as we have seen before. And it often related to history of colonialism, protest, and so on. The problem is that with this heritage, we need to be very careful how to handle this, in order not to damage the identity of the other. So, because this dissonant heritage actually carries something that is difficult, that is feel injustice for others, how do we deal? And the other things that it's very important on complexity is that we should not talk about or. In the dissonant heritage, it's not anymore one thing. It's something different. It's both of them. It's and. I know it's very difficult. It should be very context specific, but we need to think about this, and we need to start to think that the stories are an addition, of course. It's and. It's not or. And because of this, we need to work on communication. And of course, the stair that I show you of communication, of conflict, it's really related to the communication, because how we communicate makes the difference. It's not what we say, but how we say that makes the big impact on the other person. This is happening in daily life, and it has a way more impact when we talk about heritage, because we are actually working for the community, to the community. I want to share with you a little example, a little action that I think we need to, as a little action that we can do to make a big difference, is the disaster are not natural. During our training, I heard a lot about disaster are natural. Disasters, unfortunately, are not natural. Natural are the events, natural are the hazards, but disasters are not natural because they happen because we as humans, we have not taken the responsibility, we have not taken into account how the hazards of the region where we have built museums, churches, whatever we have built. So this make a big impact on our government, on ourselves, on our responsibility, especially on our government, because when we say it was a natural disaster, it means that we are not actually taking us as the guilty person, okay? So not only conflict are man-made, but also disasters are man-made, okay? Which make a big difference when we talk and when we realize this. This is a slide that is just for recording and for you to go on this. This is the Disaster Are Not Natural campaign that was started from a disaster sociologist that realized that this is something that we have to change. And this little action makes the difference. Also, this campaign has been improved and supported by the UN Disaster Risk Reduction Office, by the Federation of Red Cross and Red Cross Societies, by the OCHA, and many more. My last words are regarding the innovation. How can we innovate? I think we need to also start to think differently, and in order to think differently, we have to use creative tools for doing this, okay? Using also participatory approach. A lot, here also Georgia, Blue Shield Georgia said they are going to work with the community. This is very good because they are the one, which means that if you work bottom up, eventually top down, the impact is going to last and not just, we've done a conference and that's it. We need to embrace uncertainty because we do not have other possibility, but I think with learning about complexity is going to give us the ground to do that. And as everyone already said, networking is the key. Let's help each other during the peace. Let's create MOU agreements now that we are here. And just an example is Adopt a Museum. That's a campaign that already Juliana has talked during the training. It was a campaign that the museum that were not in the red zone could help the museum in the red zone. Red zone is the affected area to help each other, during this circumstance. It's very important to do it now, not when you are already with the problem. And thank you very much. Mədloba. The emotion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alicia. I don't know if there are remarks or questions from the room. for her for 1 or 2 minutes. I'm pretty sure we will listen more about the dissonant heritage later on with, Charles, you're coming after, after, but I'm pretty sure you will talk about it, and pretty interesting to know what the and are about the statues that are really disputed, or dissonant heritage, also disputed heritage is called. No reaction. Did we lose all the people who arrived very early this morning? Okay. So I will now call Valeria Suresianu for her communication on cultural heritage of the Republic of Moldova in the context of the Transnistrian conflict. And I lost my document. You have been working for many years in Moldova, first at the National Museum of Fine Arts, if I do remember, and recently appointed of director of which museum? Right, Chisinau City Museum. You are for now a couple of years chair of ICOM Moldova, and have been leading, well, earning the Europa Nostra Prize while you were at the Moldovan Museum of Fine Arts. So we are looking forward to your communication. Thanks.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. It is an honor to join you today, and I'm grateful for the organizer, particularly to Lana for inviting me. And together with my colleague Anna Simak, she's Dean of the Faculty of Art from the Chisinau State Pedagogical University, and I would like to present some draft of my org under UNDP. I need to change my under UNDP and the European Union program, Confidence Building Measure program, focused on Moldovan part of River Dniester, which divided our society, Moldovan and Transnistrian conflicted region. My research explored the challenges and opportunities for preservation and promotion of cultural heritage in the Republic of Moldova, particularly with the context of Transnistrian conflict started in 1992. It aimed to highlight how cultural heritage can serve as a bridge for peace building, reconciliation and social cohesion in conflict-affected society. I will concentrate my presentation on a practical experience. As a previous speaker very good introduced this situation on a theoretical basis of our practical work. And now I will show you more picture which is related with our activity under this program. Republic of Moldova, including with this separate territory, which is divided by River Dniester, represent a unique blend of diverse ethnic group, main Moldovan Romanian population, local population, and also Ukrainian, Jewish, German, Polish, Bulgarian community who have coexisted in this territory by millennia. This diversity has enriched the region with vibrant tradition, art, and cultural heritage. And from other hand, this is remain affected by historical Russian imperial influence in this region, And this frozen conflict is provided in 1992 by Russia political invasion of this territory. And of course, now is instability in our region near to the Ukraine, where the war now destroyed all the territory. And today I will show the work of culture platform, which was established in 1960 by the program, Confidence Building Measure Program. And for these two stage, ICOM Moldova, National Committee of Moldova, managed this activity. And in 1921, it was decided to organize one association designated specially for this conflict collaboration in this conflict area. And the culture platform aim to unite cultural stakeholders from both banks of the River Dniester, fostering collaboration in cultural heritage as a tool for peace building and reconciliation. Over its two implementation phases, the project prioritized the preservation and promotion of cultural heritage to strengthen cross-river cooperation and build trust. Key outcomes of the program by 2025 include safeguarding of cultural heritage, researching, documenting, conserving and restoring heritage at risk to prevent irreversible loss. Capacity building, empowering local professionals with the skill to manage and promote cultural assets, benefit local economy, community engagement, enable local community to identify, value, and protect the heritage while understanding its social and economic role for peace building and social cohesion in conflict region. We aim to harness the shared cultural heritage potential of the Dniester River, which connect and divide our community, to integrate it into diverse international cultural and natural road, touristical and historical road. The Dniester River, with its extensive course and unique ecosystem, is a silent witnesses to the complex history of this region. It reflects the century of human interaction and serves as a bridge between the community it touches. As a part of master plan for platform culture developed under European Union and UNDP program, propose to create one museum dedicated to the River Dniester as both a natural and cultural entity. This innovative museum would serve as an entry point to the region in phasing narrative and the experience over traditional object collection. Our ongoing efforts focus on exploring the cultural heritage potential, both tangible and intangible, of this region, with research and local community in collaboration with the expert. We identify many topics, and now you start to explore this. We can see several from them. First of all, that it's natural potential of the River Dniester. The second, that's very famous archaeological culture, Cucutin Tripilie. That's this archaeological culture united Moldovan, Ukrainian, and Romanian culture. Also, we have medieval fortification, which include also some medieval fortification from Ukraine and north of Ukraine and south of Ukraine. And also we explore intangible heritage, which include local food, local tradition, local festival, and local traditional practices. For example, the tapestry, that's one of the technique which was introduced together with Romanian in the World Heritage intangible list. Also, you can see some topic elaborated in the frame of the culture platform. Here we explore, for example, Jewish road from, or Polish, or German. We have a local community, Bulgarian, which contribute on our space, etc. Also, as a part of European Union project, confidence building project, it was decided after the European Heritage year from 2011 to support this restorational and renovational project. It was selected two big objectives. Here you can see medieval fortress Bender. This in Transnistrian region, and circus from Chisinau from Soviet period. It was allocated about $4 million for these two, and also it was selected 10 projects selected by online voting for restoration. And here you can see the fortress of Tigina Bender in the process of restoration, and of course it was involved the specialists not only from Transnistria, but also some specialists from European Union, conservator, and from Chisinau. This medieval fortress, Bender fortress, it's not important only for Russia, Transnistrian culture, but also it is very important heritage for Ukrainian, for example, people, because this territory was, of course, in medieval time related with the Ukrainian community, and here you can see some monument from for one famous literature from Ukraine, Kotlяревский, who invented Ukrainian modern languages, or Ataman Mazepa, who was an Ukrainian hero who died in this region. Also, we have see one small museum and a fortress Bender with some object from Turkey, Ottoman period. And of course, this medieval fortress now under unrecognized from this separatist territory, but it's very important for all our European context. Here you can see the process of restoration of one of the site selected for renovation. This is one Kavo, I don't know in English, but it's very interesting to monitor how this European support work for our society, and now it is very attractive for the tourist objective in Moldova. And of course, in the frame of our platform collaboration with with a colleague from Transnistrian region, we plan together some analytical reports, and also we have study visit to explore all this potential from this region. And as a result from the previous platform, I can show you one guide elaborated, one methodological guide elaborated for how to work with the touristical roads. And here was introduced 3 touristical road, which involve the objective of patrimony from Moldova and Transnistrian region. That is, for example, a Jewish road, which related our society. Also, we have one personality, metropolite, who united our heritage. Also, we have Bulgarian community, which was introduced in this guide. And of course, we talk here about our collaboration in the frame of culture platform. Of course, this is multi-sectoral collaboration. And here I want to show you some picture from museum activity, which involve different topic, different project, different collaboration with the colleague from Transnistrian region, and they very happy that we have this opportunity to invite some people from heritage sector from Transnistria in Chisinau and to collaborate in different workshops and invite them in our activity. And also here one very important for our collaboration, collaboration with the university, with the Faculty of Art and Design from the Pedagogical University Ion Kranga from Chisinau, and one college from Bender, from Tigina, from this this is city from Transnistria, and here you can see common activity. This is different type of activity. This workshops, exhibition, elaboration of design of collection. And the students from 2 institutions collaborate together with the professors, and Anna Simak, she organized this collaboration with the partner from this institution, and we have really very good results, because many people, many students from Bender come in Chisinau to study arts, and before it was some problem because the student was marginalized, and they had not possibility to come in Chisinau. And here you can see several activity, one show of collection which elaborated on the base of culture heritage. For example, the name of this one collection was inspired by heritage from two banks of the river Dniester. And in conclusion, I would like to mention that cultural heritage, when effectively managed, can become a catalyst for peace building and reconciliation in our conflict zone by tailoring international strategy to local reality and strengthening them with coherent national policy, Moldova can use its cultural legacy to foster social cohesion and long-term stability and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Valeria, for this very inspiring talk about how to use cultural heritage to connect communities and prevent conflicts among them. And more than that, I mean, creating a real sense of common destiny, a community of destiny between different kinds of people through very powerful narrative. Yeah, that's stunning. Given the situation, the very hard situation you're in, close to Ukraine, close to Russia, and with a separatist province. I think.
Sometimes we have the problem to collaborate with some institution from Transnistrian region, because sometimes you plan it one workshop with a student, and we don't receive this permission, official permission from the authority to come. And sometimes you do this on weekends and to do this activity without this permission from Transnistrian authority.
Are there reactions or questions from the room? If no, later? Well, it can be now, you know. Well, if no, I will ask Charles Merwetter to come to join me on a microphone. Charles is a curator, author, and cultural historian. He has taught at several universities and curated exhibitions worldwide, including Australia, Mexico, USA, and Georgia. He is currently based in Tbilisi, and he is working on books about monuments and transfiguration. His research focuses on cultural heritage, repatriation, early Soviet cinema, and cybernetics. That's a huge program, very fantastic. And he would present probably this very disputed heritage through his communication, whose heritage, preservation, or iconoclasm. Please.
Good afternoon. Since the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, monuments have become a flashpoint around which issues of heritage and cultural history have been debated throughout Eastern and Central Europe and the Baltics, as much as elsewhere in the world. This paper draws upon the research for a book that I've just now finished in draft form, which chronicles the fate of monuments. It's a kind of life in times of a monument, across 10 countries: Russia, Ukraine, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Bulgaria, Hungary, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. This also draws upon existing published research by scholars and reports by the press to the unfolding events at the time. Having gained sovereignty and independence in 1991, these countries have challenged the Russian version of their own history and heritage. There have been protests and confrontation between communities throughout the region. This has been especially in cities and towns where there have been and are Russian minorities. My paper focuses today on Ukraine as one of those 10 countries who have increasingly contested and dismantled Russian and Soviet monuments over the past 33 years, that is, since sovereignty. The response by the Russian government has been to object to such actions diplomatically, claiming the right to preserve of such monuments under collateral agreements. The most common of these monuments have been dedicated to the unknown Soviet soldier and the purported victory of the USSR in World War II. As such, these monuments raise questions concerning the imposed Russian version of history and heritage. At the same time, new monuments have been built across Russia, including those celebrating Stalin as the leader of the victory over Nazi Germany in World War II, and resurrecting the statues of people such as Brzezinski, the founder of the KGB. Underpinning the chronicle I've written about and present in brief today is the issue of how best to resolve the unwanted foreign legacy. Different solutions have been found, from dismantling to that of iconoclasm or destruction, alternatively their relocation in museums, cemeteries and parks dedicated to the housing of such monuments. Which one? Oh. Change glasses. In late afternoon of December the 8th, 2013, a column of approximately 200 people proceeded from the Kiev city administration building to the monument honoring Lenin, built in 1946 across the street from the local market. It was the start of the Euromaidan protests that began in Kiev in November of 2013. The government dispatched a special detachment of riot police to protect the monument. However, a protest movement demolished the monument to Lenin on Freedom Square. Around this area, in Maidan, is the monument to the founders of Kiev, with the Independence Monument behind that you can see, 2001. A representative of the largest Ukrainian nationalist party, Freedom, which claimed responsibility for the action of the dismantling of the Lenin Monument, compared the fall of the monument to that of the Berlin Wall. Many Kievans, as well as people in other parts of Ukraine, did not welcome the manner of the removal or share the nationalist ideology of those who carried out the destruction of the monument. But they did not doubt that it was high time for Lenin to go. The toppling of the Lenin monument is considered the beginning of what became known as Lenin Fall, the mass demolition of Lenin monuments in Ukraine in late 2013 and the first half of 2014. Across Ukraine, such monuments began to be removed and transported to scrapyards or dumps. The pro-Maidan forces in the Ukrainian provinces challenged the existing symbols of the communist regime, which came to be seen as a proxy for the corrupt administration of the then President Yanukovych, who was pro-Russian. He restored monuments to Lenin, claiming such monuments had served to cleanse and reclaim the symbolic space after the defeat of the Nazis, who occupied part of the Ukraine from 41 to 43. Nevertheless, the month of February 2014 witnessed the demolition or vandalized some 320 statues and monuments to Lenin and other prominent figures of the communist regime. In Kharkiv, the monument to Lenin that stood on Freedom Square was inaugurated in November 1964. The pedestal included two bas reliefs, one side a worker and a sailor and soldier under a red flag. On the other side, a worker, a collective farmer and a scientist who raised a model artificial satellite above his head. You remember that Yuri Gagarin had been the first out there in outer space in 1961. So just 3 years after that. In September 2014, a pro-Ukrainian march and rally was held in Kharkiv under the slogan, "Kharkiv is Ukraine." Some 5,000 people gathered in Freedom Square with the intent to demolish the monument to Lenin. Groups of Kharkiv residents who identified themselves as the St. George's Ribbon Movement called on pro-Russian inhabitants and anti-Maidan activists to defend the monument and organized round-the-clock protection. They put up Russian signs around the statue saying, "Against vandalism, fascists don't test the patience of Kharkiv citizens," etc. Finally, on September the 28th, 2014, the monument of Lenin was torn down by anti-Russian demonstrators. The remaining pieces of the monument, the torso of Lenin without a head and arm, abdomen and boots, were transported to the locomotive factory and the Kharkiv regional highway near the ring road. A few hours after the demolition, the city's official website published an order signed by the governor of the Kharkiv Oblast, and he wrote, "There's a need to settle the situation regarding monuments to totalitarianism," according to which he decided to take urgent measures to dismantle the monument and remove it from the state register of immovable monuments of Ukraine. Later, activists of the Kharkiv public organization IT sector offered to the mayor to exchange Lenin's nose for an armored personnel carrier, or T-80 tanks, for the volunteer battalion, saying that otherwise they would hold an auction for the nose. Furthermore, Lenin's ear from the monument was also put up for auction and was exchanged for a thermal imager for the Kharkiv Territorial Defense Battalion. Putin responded to the Euromaidan demonstrations by invading Crimea and supporting the Paris states in the Donbass in late 2014. It marked the beginning of the Russo-Ukrainian war. Here I have an image of armed pro-Russian militants at a checkpoint over in the eastern village of Slavansk, May 22nd, 2014. On the 9th of April 2015, the Ukrainian parliament passed a set of 4 decommunization laws, banning the promotion of symbols of communist and national socialist totalitarian regimes. Statues were taken down all over Ukraine during this period of 2014 in particular. This statue is this is a Lenin statue, which is 20 meters bronze, erected in 1964, overlooking the Dnieper hydroelectric station, formerly named Lenin Dam. Previous attempts have been made for 2 years. Then in 2016, the operation to finally dismantle the monument succeeded. The dismantling of the monument took 30 hours. It began with the removal of the worker figures surrounding the statue and all the inscriptions, including Lenin's words, quote, "Communism is Soviet power plus electrification of the whole country." Gathering crowds of local residents cheered on, and it was broadcast on YouTube. On a lighter note, in 2016, in October, the Lenin statue in Odessa, mounted between 1967 and 2006, designed by local architects, was relocated to the park, and legislation was passed to ban any future monuments to Lenin. The artist, Alexander Milov, transformed the statue into that of Darth Vader, an instantly recognizable shiny black helmet and the mask of the Star Wars villain. As well as gaining a new outfit and perhaps a new fan base, the statue had been brought up to date with a technological addition. You can link your Wi-Fi if you point it towards the helmet. Throughout the communist era, the Holodomor famine killed millions of Ukrainians between 1932 and 1933. In fact, it was one of the great taboos within the Soviet society. It was never officially acknowledged. Here's the museum in Kiev. In 2020, a group of vandals attacked and attempted to remove the iconic bitter childhood memory statue that stands in front of the museum. The museum director called it vandalism and assault on Ukrainian national memory. Quote, "The nation's culture is built on the foundations of historical memory." Between 2015 and 2020, 2,400 communist monuments were taken down. Lenin Fall had attained its ultimate objective. The century of Lenin was over. There have been solutions to issues of legacy and preservation, and this is my final part. Alternatives have been found that entail not only dismantling or destruction of monuments, but their on-site preservation or relocation in museums, warehouses, cemeteries, or parks. In recent years, the Baalbek studio, founded by Slava Baalbek, together with a team of architects, began their Re-Ukraine Monuments project. And they used a modular, easy-to-install and fast-to-mount protection system for endangered monuments during the war, regardless of their size. Baalbek said, "The design of this system should protect monuments from damage by blast, debris, bullets, and fire, and meet a number of requirements." So this is the monument covered by the Baalbek studio. That is original, when it was set up in 1982. And there it is with the initial covering over it. And then you see it later with an image of what's inside. This is another project that they did, the Independence Monument, then covered. I want to move now to the creation of Memento Park in Budapest as one example of what can be done with diswanted monuments. There is no such park in Ukraine until now. Memento Park in Budapest was one. Krutas Park in Lithuania is another, which was set up in 2001. The Memento Park was set up in Budapest in 1993. And then there's also the Museum of Socialist Art in Sofia in 2011. Each were established as a means to either stop the confrontation between communities and preserve these monuments, putting them out of public view and sight. Here I might also add the Museum Park of Arts in Moscow, but I'm not talking about Russia today. Memento Park in Budapest is a public outdoor museum opened in 29th of June 1993. The date marked the second anniversary of the withdrawal of Soviet troops and departure of the last Soviet soldier from the Hungarian territory. Here's an image of one of those monuments in Memento Park, the Red Soldier. The opening of Memento Park enabled many communist statues and monuments to be moved rather than destroyed. Many of the monuments were deemed initially unbearable for the public, and they were covered for months. It's estimated that in Budapest alone, the state socialist regime erected up to 600 statues, monuments, and memorial parks dedicated to the Soviet Union. The architect, Eliot, said of the park, "This park is about dictatorship and at the same time about democracy. After all, only democracy is able to give the opportunity to let us think freely about dictatorship." The park was divided into two sections, Statue Park and Witness Square. These are Stalin's boots, which you can go and look at. Then the other park that I mentioned, Kruger's Park, Stalin. But the Russians did not stop their invasion into Ukraine, and monuments continued to be built by them or their proxies in countries that they continued to claim. By February the 24th, 2022, Russia had launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, a turning point in the fight for the Ukrainian national identity. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine altered attitudes regarding cultural heritage, triggering a process of its full revision and further deconstruction. As the country came under attack, Ukrainian people became more united in their resistance and determination to push back against Russian aggression. This was taken up by Zelensky when he became president in May 2019. There was a common understanding that their tangible cultural heritage authorizes the creation of identities, and that material culture can be a physical manifestation of an identity. Some monuments to Lenin remain such as the two remaining statues of Lenin in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. Since February 22, there's been accelerated delegitimization of the Soviet and Russian presence in the Ukrainian cultural space. Ukrainians' use of its own heritage as a political instrument became a core of new identity building in post-February Ukraine. In January 2023, a statue to Catherine the Great, the last Empress of Russia, was removed from its pedestal in Odessa, after a regional council passed a resolution to dismantle monuments symbolizing the Russian imperial past. The statue has stood on Kadiinska Square in a park close to Potemkin Steps, and if anyone's been there, it sort of links between the Opera House and city centre. The monument of Catherine the Great, who founded the city of Odessa in 1794, had been inaugurated in October 2007. At the time, the President, Yushchenko, had spoken out against the monument, and representatives of the Ukrainian nationalist parties and movements had arrived to disrupt the event. After the invasion of Ukraine in 22, the monument of the city's founder, which towered over the central square and looked over the Black Sea, was vandalized repeatedly. A final protest was made, and the head of the figure was first covered holding a noose, as you can see, and then dismantled as the local council decided to house it in the Odessa Art Museum. The war between Ukraine and Russia proceeds with the utmost brutality, and even on a symbolic level. Not only does it cloud the present, but it also threatens to overshadow historical reality. The resolve of monument removal across Ukraine, applied after the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 and sanctioned by the laws of decommunization in 2015, it's only been strengthened with the Russian invasion of Crimea and eastern Ukraine. This is what where some monuments have ended up. This is one of Lenin overlooking a container. This is a recent image of a Lenin monument in the Kursk Oblast, which is where fighting has been going on until today. Elsewhere in Ukraine, a Lenin fall. And the final image of Lenin in winter, and that's where he belongs. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Charles, for this talk about recent decolonization of the public space. This is a very ongoing discussion in many Western countries, but for other kind of colonization, I would say. But there are a lot of parallels, and it's very clear that the cultural heritage of the ones may be not the same as the other in front of, but it may also be the same by creating common identities, as we saw in the Moldovan example. So that's quite interesting, because we might mitigate a little bit this opposition, this or and. So I don't know what you think, Alessia. Would it be an or an and? But yeah, please, if you have any question to ask to the speakers or any reaction about what has been just said during this last hour. As I was saying, please stand up or be silent forever. Yeah, Joel.
Thank you. Just one comment to Charles' presentation, because I'm from Budapest. So the statue park was one of the most important museological question as well in the beginning of the 90s, what happened with the public sculptures from the Soviet period in Budapest. And at the moment, we have just one Soviet monument in the original place, which called Freedom Square, just next to the Embassy of United States. And behind the Soviet monument is the sculpture of Ronald Reagan. So there is another part of the Budapest history as well. Thanks.
Any other comment or reaction? Yeah, Miriam.
Kartulat vitqi. I'll speak in Georgian. Yeah, you better put your headphones, because I want to speak in Georgian. Charles' პრეზენტაციაზე გავაკეთებ კომენტარს. დიდი მადლობა, ძალიან საინტერესო იყო და ძეგლები, როგორც ასეთი, არის განაცხადი, საჯარო განაცხადი და ხშირ შემთხვევაში ძალაუფლების, ჩვენების სიმბოლოს წარმოადგენს. და ძეგლების დამხობის პროცესი ეს ახალი არ არის, ხო, ჩვენთვის. ბევრი მაგალითი მოიყვანეთ უკრაინიდან და ვფიქრობ, რომ ეს სუფთა ემოციური და ფსიქოლოგიური მომენტიც არის, როცა არ გინდა რაღაცნაირად კავშირი გქონდეს კვლავ იმ დიქტატორთან, რომლისგანაც ამდენი სიმწარე გახსოვს. ვფიქრობ, რომ ამ შემთხვევაში თქვენი მაგალითები რაც მოიყვანეთ, უნგრეთი თითქოს უფრო მეტად გაუმართლა და ცოტა დისტანცირება მოახერხა ამ წარსულიდან. მაგრამ რაც ძეგლების პარკში ვნახეთ, პირველ სლაიდებზე რაც იყო, ეს უსახელო ჯარისკაცების ძეგლები. ჩვენ კულტურაშიც მე რა ემოციაც მიჩნდება, ასეთი ტიპის ქანდაკებების მიმართ ნაკლები აგრესია. აგრესია ჩნდება სწორედ დიქტატორის სახის დანახვისას და არის სურვილი იმისა, რომ ის მოიშორო. და მით უმეტეს ეხლა, როცა უკრაინა ესეთ მძიმე ომშია, მე პირიქით ამდენ თარიღებს რო უყურებდი, ძალიან გამიკვირდა, რომ ძალიან გვიან მოუწიათ ამ ძეგლების მოშორება. მაგრამ მეორეს მხრივ თქვათ და გადაწყვეტეს პარკის გაკეთება. რამდენი ძეგლი უნდა დაიდგას, რა უნდა დარჩეს და რა სახით. უბრალოდ თქვენი აზრი მაინტერესებს.
Which park do you mean?
შეკითხვა ორი ნაწილისგან შედგება. ერთი რომ
You mean Memento Park?
დიახ, პარკი ამ შემთხვევაში რამდენი ძეგლი შეიძლება დაიდგას, როდესაც საბჭოთა პერიოდში ძეგლები ცხვებოდა ნამცხრებივით ძალაუფლების საჩვენებლად. რამდენი პარკი შეიძლება იყოს ერთ ქვეყანაში. და მეორე მხრივ, რამდენად გამართლებულია, როდესაც ესეთ ომში ერთვები შენს არც ისე შორეულ წარსულ აგრესორთან, ასეთი გამოხატვისთვის შეიძლება ითქვას, რომ ეს ძეგლები საჩვენებლად იმისათვის, რომ საზოგადოებამ რაც мотивация ჰქონდეს დაემხოს სწორედ ამისთვის.
I'm not sure I understand your question exactly.
პირველი კითხვა არის ის მემენტოს პარკი, რაც თქვენ ახსენეთ. იმ ქვეყნებში, სადაც ძალიან ბევრი ესეთი ძეგლია დიქტატორების. ვინ წყვეტს, რამდენი უნდა დარჩეს და რა სახით? ხომ არ გადაივსება?
It's a reasonable question, but as I understand it, from what I've read about Memento Park, and I've read quite a lot, it's really been up to the director and the board of the park to initially, in the first phase, to take in all the monuments, the communist monuments, into the park, or except monuments that are being given to the park. So that's been the initial phase. I don't know, that's to say I've not read, whether there's been a second phase or a third, but whatever, of too many monuments. I went to the park, and I got tired of looking at rows of Stalin. It's our experience going to one of these parks. And I think that the department to say, we can't take any more, and they can just destroy them. And I think it's their prerogative. Because if the park represents let's say the country and the sentiments of the country, popular sentiments of the country, then they should decide what to do with those monuments. And if they can't keep any more Stalin, they should get rid of them. But I think that the strategy of having a park in which those monuments can put, there are a lot of, pro-communist Hungarians like to go to the park and look at those monuments. That's fine. That's good. Much better that they go to a park to look at it than they have the communist monument in the middle of Budapest. So I think that's a reasonable solution. I think it's a good one. And I think Ukraine should do it too.
ჩვენი ქვეყანა ჯერ ისევ ემოციურად არის ამ წარსულის მიმართ. ფიქრობ არ არის პარკებისთვის მზად. ჩემი აზრია.
I mean, Ukraine is too, and I mean, you saw the images of the tearing down of the monument, and I completely understand it. And it's the one time that I completely accept iconoclasm. I mean, it seems to me that the destruction of a monument at that time is completely deserved. And I don't normally support iconoclasm.
Your question or the discussion really reflects all the discussions ongoing, again, with Western countries and their colonies around the world. Basically, it is addressed through citizenship consultation. And of course, then there's a decision or not, but most of the people say, but of course, it's way later than the former Eastern countries or countries under the Russian rule, Soviet rule. So 100, maybe 50 or 80 years after the decolonization of these countries. But then most of the people want this monument to remain, but be explained, be put in context, and not just a statue of Leopold II, for instance, in Brussels. He had these Congo independent state and committed crimes, humanity crimes, definitely over there. But as long as you don't explain why the statue has been erected and what it represents, otherwise you're hiding just the past and that's it. And at some point, maybe it's okay right now here, but maybe it won't be right now in 30 years because you may have lost some part of the history to explain the situation then. But that's a very different, I would say, discussions according to the country. Alicia, you wanted to react.
Yeah, I want to start from what you say. It's very context-specific to the country because I know it's this memento park is actually a memento record, a remember, no? So it has been done a lot in other Lithuania, as well. Also because it was what we do, because it's when we say dissonant heritage, it says if you damage, when you tear down, because there is a moment of, a lot of feelings, understand. But then you have plenty. And what you do with those so plenty, it's anyhow, they were part of the history. This memento park is okay. They do not represent me. This society does not represent what we are now, but they were part. So we put somehow in a place that they're still there. If someone wants to have a walk and have a Stalin statue, one after the other can see. But, I understand you have to find a balance, a way to not also I don't want to use the word damage, but to hurt the feeling also of someone else. Because then it's a cycle of conflict that never ends, if you want to gain out from this conflict.
Thank you. Alenka, you want to?
Yeah, hello, Alenka, generic grocer from Slovenia, actually ICOM Southeast Europe. Well, I just want to comment on this topic and then I will move to something else. I think with all the problems that we have with the monuments, it's nice that we see in cities around Europe and the world that more identity monuments are now in the cities, like way of life, what is the important part of not so famous people, but more monuments that are really well designed and made by artists, but they talk about the identity. That's just a thought, doesn't matter. I want to congratulate my colleague Valeria because I know that you struggle with ICOM National Committee, with members and everything, but you actually managed to involve ICOM National Committee in these huge projects. So I would like to congratulate you because I know that it's not easy and that you actually tackled very contested heritage. And I have one question. So how actually ICOM was involved, I know with the content, but how with the money? Did you also had something with that or just this professional support? But I congratulate you. Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Now ICOM is managed by our board. I am just remain as administrator, but we have this year, 24, three very important projects, but more focused for Moldovan territory and for local community. For example, we have one project which promotes archaeological artifacts. In our National Museum, all very important artifacts keep it in National Museum, but excavation did in Soviet time was in different location. And now our colleague from National Museum throws one project supported by Ministry of Culture, try to promote these local artifacts in local community. They involved one team of researcher and museologist from museum, and they elaborated some informational material, some panels, which show the location, the history of this object, the importance for our local or regional importance. And after this work, it was created one big exhibition in the History Museum. And after this expert and the museographer go to the local community in a school and promote every object, 24. It was selected 24 objects, and promote in this local community where this object was excavated, and they show this importance for local communities. They show the local community about his history, about this location, about this different history periods, because before our history started with 1112 when Moldova, Bessarabia was annexed by Russian Empire, and this was our history started from this time. And now we try more explore this medieval or antique period where this territory was developed under different influence, not only from Russian Empire, and we try to work more with local community which not understand this historical provenance of our identity like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Zsolt.
I'm sorry, but I would like to come back to your question, because the idea of this memento park started in 1989, a year before the liberalization from the Soviet period. So that was a very, very powerful idea, because that time the Soviets are in Hungary and in Budapest. The second thing, the question was what happened with the sculpture after the liberalization? Destroy everything, or we collect or preserved or protect or storage somewhere, because many of these sculptures made by very famous and very good artists, and some of the sculpture is a good qualities. The establisher of this idea and the park thought about this park will be like a museum, and we have to take a context. What does it mean for us, these monuments? There is not like a nice memory. It's nice a retro feeling or something like that. But it was, yes, one kind of decolonization, or one type of museological and urban plans. Because after the 1990s, the liberalization, the most political parties want to see the city without any monument linked to the Soviet era. So that was the background, and that is just from Budapest. So these park statues are just from Budapest. It's around the 41 or 42, and many other sculptures or monuments destroyed totally, or some is in different museums as well at the moment. But the most important was just made a memory about this 40 years of Soviet era, because they are the memento of the totalitarianism and the Soviets. And there is now outside of the city, so the park is not in the city, it is outside of the city. So there is not just the time travel, but a real travel from the city to go to the park. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jean. And Maria Elena?
I also wanted to add, just for my job, that the contest, it's very important for an art object. So when you take it off of the context, you lose part of the sense and of the image that wanted to be done. So I've been there, and I know it's very far from the city. And in that place, you can remember memento, but you can remember in many senses. You can see this place is very strange, because there are these sculptures enormous, one near the other, in a different scale, in respect of how they were thought. And so you can think with nostalgia, but you also can think not to repeat something. You don't lose some images, and this can be useful also for remembering what there was and what can be new. I don't know if I explained it in a good way.
Thank you. Manana?
No, just maybe to add what you just said, this whole discussion has very many facets, and this is very, very interesting. And I remember very few people also starting a discussion, but it didn't grow or anything, also here in Georgia, as to why did we get rid of all these symbols of totalitarianism and all these tragic symbols for our country so fast, and why didn't we leave something for contemplation and for remembrance, like we have the concentration camps and the Gambako Dome in the World Heritage List, to always remember the atrocities that should never happen again. And yes, there was this discussion here, and in fact we did get rid of them. I was also surprised, like Mariam, to see the dates on your slides and see that Ukraine and some cities in Ukraine got rid of them so late, because here, like in Budapest, I assume it happened right in the midst of the national movement back in 1989, before we even gained 90 as well, before we even gained our independence officially. So I don't think that we can open too much here, but it's really, really interesting. And just to add one aspect in favor of we got rid of them too quickly, is that you'd be surprised to hear that in the last decade, from 2013 to today, a few dozen Stalins appeared across Georgia. And this is real. So, yeah, we really need to have a larger scale presentation, interpretation, the museums, in the society, in the schools, as to, to really overcome this history and explain, and then not to have this happen, like what I mentioned.
Right. I want to go back a little bit on the topic of the session. I would like to remind that it is what ICOM is about. Putting together in 1946, it was putting together museum professionals to form a belligerent so they could understand each other and prevent somehow a new war. And this is still what ICOM is, you know, connecting museum professionals around the world and try to prevent conflicts as you're doing in Moldova, for instance. And that's really important because it is our job to connect communities together and avoid conflicts at all points. But then when the conflict is on, and this is why the Blue Shield has been funded by the 4 other existing heritage association, so the ICOM, International Council of Archives, and International Federation of Libraries Association, I said it right. But yeah, then the Blue Shield is there to go in the zone of the war zone or zone of conflict, and that's the role that has been assigned to the Blue Shield by the other organization in subsidiarity, because that was not the job of this organization. And I think this network or this complexity, I don't know whether it's chaos or not, but probably more straight than thought, but this is complexity that may at some point make things easily understandable for all the people. I'm not quite sure I was clear, but whatever, maybe at the end of the day. But I think that was an important reminder of what our organization, respective organizations, are about, definitely. Are there other comments or reaction? Yeah.
Hello. Firstly, thank you for your interesting presentations. I am Jakub Ormocadze, a student of international relations, and I just like to get new knowledge about different fields. As you know, the Soviet Union was an empire that was had very much nations: Georgians, Armenians, Azerbaijans, Moldovians, and many countries and many nations. And they had different cultures, and the Soviet Union always tried to, in any way, to take part these cultures and to delete some parts of its culture. For example, today's Georgian wine is fine, but before Soviet Union it was way too better. And I am interested in it, for example, in your country, in Moldova, or in countries that you work on. What was the main parts of national culture that was take out from Soviet officials, and what was the main reason of it, and what does the Soviet government try to do with these politics against local cultures and national cultures, and what are they trying to make? Wanted to they created the Soviet culture, of what was the main reason? Thank you.
I don't know if anyone wants to answer.
I can do one example. In the Transnistrian region, in this separatist zone, every village, every city have this monument of Lenin monument. And of course, this is political, official, recognized for authority. But when this program, confidence building program, proposed this restoration of local monument not related with Soviet epoch, it started this company to promote more local artifact, local, which was produced before this Soviet time. And we tried through our collaboration to inform more people from local community about the importance of not only the Soviet monument is important for local community, but we started to work with this archaeological culture, with medieval fortress. That it's, I think, I hope this can help us to destroy this local mentality. That's Soviet monument, it's only. And also, of course, we need to work in history to promote not only Soviet period with some positive, but of course to tell more about deportation from these places, about Holodomor, which was in Moldova the same. You need to attract more with this negative impact of Soviet epoch for this territory, and like this, step by step, you can change this mentality. And you need to do this now, before this war started. You need to work with community, not like in Ukraine when it was Russia aggression in 2040, but we need now, in Moldova, for example, and in Europe and in other countries. I hope this can help us.
Thank you, Valeria. Very short remark. Short, yeah, please.
If I understand your question correctly, and I probably don't, there are a lot of, in Russia, during the period of Gorbachev, when Gorbachev came in, the period of Gorbachev actually was a moment in which Russians were able to recognize again, or enabled, Gorbachev enabled Russians to recognize that it had a great literature and a great musical tradition. And there were monuments put up to people like Tolstoy, Lermontov, Pushkin, and others, like Martova. I mean, a host. Luckily, many of the monuments have remained and not been taken down by Putin. Putin's put up new monuments to his heroes and to, dreadful people like Brzezinski and others, but the monuments to the great moments in Russian culture have remained, as far as I understand.
Thank you, dear speakers, Manana, Alessia, Valeria, and Charles. Thank you again very much for your very impacting, inspiring talks. And we're going to close the discussion here. Again, thank you very much. And I'm inviting Lana for the last remarks of the day. No? Who?
No? Now? Okay. Yeah. We are quite short in the time now because at 6 p.m. we have the museum tour here. You have to visit the museum and it is booked for 6 p.m. and I will be short. And yeah, sure, I won't, of course, repeat all the summaries and takeaways which was done by the moderators. I just want to just underline some key points which was addressed and underscored during this session. I just wrote some really quick, which is just, first one is preparedness is essential, whether through emergency planning, risk analysis, or in training. And the second one is collaboration is critical, from local partnerships to international frameworks. Cooperation strengthens our capacity to protect cultural heritage, and heritage is not about preservation but also about identity and reconciliation. It plays a vital role in fostering dialogue and bridging divides in conflict-affected regions. I want to thank all the speakers and moderators for their valuable contributions, and all of you for your engaging in these discussions. And together we should continue this discussion tomorrow over the next two sessions, which will be part of tomorrow's conference session. And I really encourage everyone to actively participate and exchange ideas and build connections. And the possibility for the networking, we also have this evening at 7 p.m. when we have the reception here at the Publica Cafe, which the place you already know, where we had our lunch and coffee breaks. And before you go to the tour at 6 p.m., again, I should ask all the speakers and delegates, I was asked about it by the staff, to do it now before you go to the tour. Please check your registration for the Saturday tour. When you go outside, you see the registration desk, and please check if you are registered, so if you have registered already for the tour. Thank you very much. It was really interesting and really important day and discussion. And with this word, I will close today's session. And again, thanking everyone. And one thing I want to ask the speakers of today's sessions to come to the stage, and we should take a group photo of you. So please, the speakers of today's two sessions, come to this area. And yeah, where? In the middle. Yeah, in the middle. Here. Yeah. Here. Where? The speakers of today's session. Maybe we are missing some. Here. And moderators, of course. Now you can go to the registration desk, and I will ask my staff to be there. And at 6 p.m. You should gather in the museum lobby for the museum tour.